Thank you very much, honorable delegates. Before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following: that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That the delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. Note that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. That any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function and or icon. To move on, honorable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the first order, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, MECs, and all special delegates to the House. So, honorable delegates, will now proceed to the first order, policy debate on budget 41, water and sanitation appropriation bill, as indicated. I will therefore, without any delay, move on and call on the Minister, Honorable Minister Senzo Mchunu, Minister of Water and Sanitation, to open the debate. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Nyambose, the Honorable David Chair, Mr. Lucas, Cabinet colleagues that are here, the Deputy Ministers of Department of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Keledi and Mashowo, the Chairperson of the Select Committee of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Petrovu, honorable members of the NCOP, Director General, and senior managers of the Department, Water and Sanitation, chairpersons of boards, CEs, senior executives, all our entities, leadership of various stakeholders in the sector and social and the civil society and fellow South Africans. I want to start off by expressing our sympathies with the people of South Africa who have been affected by storms and fire in particular places or provinces of our country, Western Cape, KZN, Eastern Cape in particular. KwaZulu-Natal was particularly racked by recent floods, which caused substantial damage to property and infrastructure. The floods also regrettably claimed lives, many lives. I wish to take this opportunity, therefore, and express my sincere condolences and that of our leadership in the department to the families of those who lost loved ones in the floods. We would also like to express sympathy for all those who are still without water and sanitation services due to the floods. and to assure them that we are working as fast as possible to restore these services. One of these measures which taken immediately after that was the establishment of the Water and Sanitation War Room. This was done together with West affected.
Can I make an appeal there, Foreign Minister? Make an appeal to Gihi
Minister of Water
and
and
Nima. Let's please cooperate and ensure that there's no disturbance in the system. Thank you very much. Please proceed, Minister.
The establishment of the war room was done together with municipalities that are affected. Our department quickly hired water tankers together with the municipalities hiring theirs to supplement those available in the municipalities, and a team of engineers and other specialists who were seconded to the war room to assist with the implementation of emergency repair, to work and to assess quantity and damage. We have stayed in that war room since today, where we meet every week. Whilst progress has been made with regards to the restoration of water supply, there's been immense damage to water and sanitation infrastructure. Together with the municipalities that are affected, we completed the costing of this damage and submitted an application to the Department of Cooperative Governance for National Disaster Funding. Once funding is allocated, we will continue to be involved in the planning and monitoring of implementation of the reconstruction projects, with a stern focus on building back better. Honorable members, over the past few months, or 9 months to be specific, since appointment, we've traversed the length and breadth of our country, meeting those entrusted with supplying and treating water in our communities, ranging from municipalities in their capacities as water services authorities to representatives of communities and industries which are the recipients of these services. One of the glaring challenges cited by municipalities was that of aging or even aged and dysfunctional infrastructure, which results in the inability to deliver water to the people and water losses. Deputy Minister Makatsi will speak in greater detail about these challenges and the measures we are putting in place as a department to intervene. In February this year, we convened a 2-day National Water and Sanitation Summit, which was attended by a wide range of stakeholders and experts. As a result of these engagements, we've developed a thorough understanding of the water and sanitation challenges facing the country, as well as a high level of consensus regarding what needs to be done to turn the tide. The main thing that we came out with from the summit was to focus, among other things, on ensuring security of water for all people in South Africa in all provinces. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of our priorities as a Ministry of Water and Sanitation is to ensure just that: water availability and provision which matches the demands everywhere in every corner in our country. Currently, the demand exceeds provision, and we need to change that narrative and that scenario. Match the demands, and then ensure qualitative measures through incremental access and quality. Now, water is a fundamental right. Water is life. Water is a necessity, and it is a must-have for everyone. Whether you're rich or poor, rural, urban, young, old, water is a must. But we know out there that we still have communities who have never had access to water, let alone water coming out from their taps. To this end, in addition to ensuring that existing infrastructure is maintained, we focused on projects which will guarantee water supply for South Africa. So first, we're dealing with just bulk to as close as possible to communities all over in the country per province. Let me start with Eastern Cape. We have currently, one of our main priorities there is the Umzimvubu Water Project, which is aimed at providing water to 750,000 people at a cost of 25 billion. The designs are 80% complete, and the first round of fundraising began in January 2022 through a request for information, which is currently being evaluated. We're working with both National Treasury, and currently we're looking for the date in which we will meet with Minister of Finance, and also with Infrastructure Fund to develop the funding model for this project, if not finalizing it. If it is found it is not possible to raise private funding, we will apply for full or partial funding of the project through budget process, through the budget facility infrastructure. We're closer than we were last year on getting to grips with this particular project. The next one is the dam, Kuni Dam and Noordgedacht water scheme projects are both long-term water supply assurance projects for the Nelson Mandela Bay area. I must say that the most worrisome area currently in South Africa is Nelson Mandela Bay, where it is estimated that by end of June, we will have been running almost completely short of water. That's our most worry. The 1.3 billion Kuni Dam project is a procurement stage for design, and the 534 million Noordgedacht project is at 98%, if not more, towards completion. The upgrading of the Noordgedacht water treatment works has resulted in an addition of 70 megaliters of water being supplied on a daily basis to the Nelson Mandela Metro. This has increased the supply of water to the metro by approximately 30%. There is still a need for the metro to apply water conservation and demand management measures, as well as to develop other sources of water such as desal. Now, I must emphasize this for Nelson Mandela Bay, that even though there's this additional water via Noordgedacht, that place is not out of woods. Everyone there must conserve water, and it is a fact that all of us need to face. Our Tambo municipality were there to increase the supply of water in Mthatha with the support of Umatola Water. The first phase of upgrading mechanical electrical infrastructure at the Thornhill Water Treatment Works in Mthatha has been completed, and we've allocated a budget of 200 million for the upgrading of the water treatment facility and for building additional reservoirs. So we're on course in Mthatha in terms of security of water. In the Free State, we have 6 priorities following Imbizo, which was convened by the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. One is the delivery of the Hari pipeline to enhance water. It's a big project, 10 billion. It's the completion of the 72 kilometer of the Welbedacht Dam pipeline to enhance supply to Mangaung. That has started. And we're on our way and on course. Upgrading of the critical Rasfontein water treatment works, adding an extra 50 megaliters per day. And dealing with Kopanong, yesterday I signed the intervention there, and also signed for agreement with the Premier and my colleague in Cocta to intervene in Kopanong. The department is intervening in Machabeng. We will be there in the next 2 weeks. And then, while Machabeng is a concern currently, and we have to apologize to the people of Machabeng for the state of affairs with regard to water and sanitation, but we are heading there. We're happy that the 36 billion phase 2 Lesotho Islands water project is aimed at ensuring, adequate long-term water supply for Gauteng and Vaal River system is taking root. This project is funded through finance raised by the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and is being implemented jointly by South Africa and Lesotho. And we are using the authority there, Lesotho Highlands Development Authority, and wider advanced stage designs of the dam and tunnel bridge, and the bridge have also been completed. And to date, 14% of the budget has been spent, and the project is due for completion in November 2027. We don't want to miss that date because it will be dangerous in terms of security of water in Gauteng. In KZN, we've raised the wall of Hazelmere Dam for more water. We're now at 96%. We went there to see it. We know what we're talking about, it's for sure. And the project is due for completion later this year, using 800 million rand. And Mkomazi is not far. It's a project that was squarely angling to deal with for delivery of additional water in eThekwini and in Mgungundlovu. There are a number of other projects that we are dealing with, which will service Uku as well as Herikwala and other districts that are nearby. And that will include also dealing with 800 million to Kwela-Khudetro transfer scheme, which we want to upgrade as soon as possible. In the north, we're also going to be making interventions, which we'll announce in north of KZN in good time. On the 9th of May 2022, officially launched the 24 billion Olifants River Water Resource Development Project, which will be implemented as a public-private collaboration with the mining companies to fast-track water delivery to the communities of Sekhukhune and Khalakwena municipalities in Limpopo by 2028, if not earlier. Government and the mining companies will each fund approximately 50%, and we're happy with this particular development because it makes our quest for partnership with the private sector a reality, no longer a theory or a wish. And we're assured, like as late as last week, that we're making progress very quick in that particular direction. The 4 billion Guyana Water Service Project has been repackaged and is being fast-tracked so that we put that matter to rest once and for all. And we'll be going there next week for the whole week to camp there and to make sure that we leave no stone unturned in terms of removing impediments of whatever way, so that we move with speed on that particular project. In Mpumalanga, we know about the challenges and shortages of water, but we're now at a point where the Crocodile East reconciliation, including Bombela, has identified a need for a new dam, and feasibility planning process has been initiated. Mine water reclamation has been implemented, and so on. But our main focus is the 1.2 billion rand Tembisile low-scope bulk water supply project, which is aimed at addressing water supply challenges in Tembisile and local municipality. And this is a project that will overlap to Limpopo. And this will start from, it's a 3-year project, and it will start from May this year to April 2025. We are just at the point where we need to do the final touches by end of this month so that that project starts as soon as possible. Northern Cape, we're making progress in Vaal Gamagara, which is another exciting partnership with the private sector. We've removed all the impediments, all the lapses that were there, and we're now on course to deliver to the mining sector west of Kimberley and west of the province, but also to all communities on the route of that pipeline. It's quite a big project, and we're happy that we will soon deliver on it. Valhars, which is an agricultural canal going towards the northwest, it's a challenge at the moment, which we will attend to together with the Department of Agriculture. We are collaborating on this one to make sure that it is upgraded and that it reaches all the people, especially around Taung. We recently commissioned a pipeline in Moretele, a south pipeline in the northwest. It's a 60-kilometer pipe which will deliver water via Machalis, the water board, to the local areas there, including Karazelview, Dachtig, Dertig, Bosplas, Mativastad, Makapanstad, and to name but a few. We're happy that we're no longer talking about the plan here. We're talking about a complete complete project where water is now coming out. And instead of receiving water twice a week, they are now receiving water 7 days a week, 24/7. The department is also upgrading conveyance infrastructure from Moloto I to Mahikeng to increase the reliability of water supply. The estimated cost of the project is 50 million, and it will start this month, and the project is due for completion this year as well. We also are refurbishing the upgrade and upgrading the Brad's water treatment works. It has delayed a little bit, but we are pushing and applying pressure, among others, on Machalis to finally complete Brad's water treatment plant this year. Construction is underway and the project is due for completion in January 2023. To increase water security in the West Coast area of Cedarburg, the Western Cape, we have resumed the construction work to raise the wall of Clan William Dam at a cost of 3.2 billion rand. Well, from there, work we will be implementing. Will start by the end of this month, and we're happy that we have reached this point: packaging and actually angling for starting. It is due for completion in 2026, and the augmentation scheme to increase water supply to the city of Cape Town. We are dealing with the bulk full fluid augmentation scheme at a cost of 1 billion rand. Now, the TCTA will also be raising finance for this project, and DWS is currently completing the land acquisition process, and we will secure the city of Cape Town with more water going forward. And there's also a project, Brandflay Dam project in the Western Cape, 21 million project, which involves construction of a feeder canal, which will provide additional 33 megaliters of water. We went there, we saw the dam, people are at work, and we are due to complete it on time in October this year. Further, we're implementing a 43 million Tulba bulk water supply project in the Wezenberg local municipality in the Western Cape. We should have gone there last week, but work is starting. We'll go there to monitor. The project involves the construction of a dam as a first phase and the construction of a rising main as the second phase. First phase is 60% complete with a planned completion time in 2022. We leave it there, honorable members. All these projects are bringing us to the limit of what we can draw from our readily accessible surface water. And it is necessary that all this bulk supply water be a success and make substantial progress this year on the budget.
As you conclude.
As I conclude, the Department of Water and Trading Entity have been allocated a combined budget of 111.256 billion rand. And this is over 3 years. And that it is packaged for each year. I'm not going to go to detail about that. I want to make it clear it's 111.2 billion rand, but not for 1 year, for 3 years. And that it is divided into those 3 years. We will make sure that we use this optimally, responsibly, and in a manner that is efficient, and monitoring every cent out of it. I've said in the past, it is a very worrying factor that up to now, we are allocating lots and lots of money to various water service authorities in the country every year. But the sad part of it is that water services continue to decline at the same time. It is a contradiction. It's a worry. It's something that we have to work on. And I'm repeating my words here, that we will stop this together with municipalities concerned, and we have started to a large extent. It is now my honor, Honorable Chair, to end by saying, indeed, we are honored to be presenting this budget to yourselves, and we're looking forward to working together to optimize water security and water services to the people of South Africa, more than we have ever done in any other year in the past, and working with you and having your cooperation and understanding, together with COCTA and SALCA, and we are hoping that we will do and make this thing happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Todovu.
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Senzum Kulu, and your deputies, Chief Whip of the NCOP, permanent and special delegates, representatives of SALGA. The struggle against colonialism and apartheid and the building of a non-racial, non-sexist democracy in our land has produced many outstanding leaders, leaders who have left an eternal stamp on their people and made an indelible contribution to their country. Leaders who are both products and makers of history, and when they passed, they remind us of our historic past and leave a vision of a great future and the tools with which to build it. One of such leaders is Walter Max Sisulu, a doyen of our struggle, who was born on this day, the 18th of May in 1912. I rise to salute this freedom fighter who has paid a deposit in our moral bank account, so that as we move forward to address many challenges facing our country, including those related to water and sanitation, we must emulate his virtues and his exemplary leadership. Honorable Chairperson, as we debate budget vote 41 water and sanitation this afternoon, I rise to express our fervent appreciation to Baba Walter Sisulu for the role he played in bringing about freedom in our land. Accordingly, in his memory, I rise to dedicate this speech to him for the immense and immeasurable contribution he made in fighting for freedom and in galvanizing and rejuvenating the unity of our people. As we battle to ensure that the country's water resources are protected, managed, used, developed, conserved, and controlled appropriately, and as we strive to actively manage the national water resources to meet the needs of current and future generations, we must do so in full recognition that we owe a special debt of gratitude to Baba Sisulu because he has enriched our lives with the magic of his words, the acuity of his insights, and the magnitude of his vision. Honorable Chairperson, as the Select Committee on Cogta Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, we fully understand that as one of the water scarce countries in the world, as South Africa, we need to urgently provide water, especially in rural areas of our country. And as a country, we continue to face challenges which include the unequal distribution and access to clean water, skill shortages in the sector, aging water infrastructure, shifting demand patterns, overwhelming water demand, and lack of social innovation for emerging challenges. We further know that drought, water pollution, climate change, and corruption are the factors exacerbating the water resource problems in our country. These factors cause towns and townships to run dry and have led to crumbling infrastructure and also have affected municipal wastewater treatment plants, resulting in sewer flows in the streets, in rivers, as well as groundwater. And as such, we know that community protests in South Africa largely center around water resource problems. To compound these problems, Honorable Chair, until in the recent years, the Department of Water and Sanitation itself has had its own internal problems which impeded it from fulfilling its mission to ensure that indeed water is life and sanitation is dignity. And these problems included failure to effectively deal with allegations of corruption, fraud, and other related financial malfeasances. Senior level positions remaining vacant for a very long time, slow expenditure on infrastructure, unauthorized expenditure, especially on unbudgeted war on leaks program, accruals and payables in the department, as well as in the water trading entity. Contingency liabilities, as well as instability within the water boards, also most characterize the department itself. All these issues, Honorable Chairperson, signify that not all was well in the department and in the water boards. Today, we are pleased that most of these challenges are given the urgent attention they deserve, especially after the new political leadership was appointed. These include the following, Honorable Chair: filling of positions at management level, the reduction of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures, improvements in the infrastructure delivery and expenditures, investigations on allegations on corruption and related financial misconduct, and the discipline of staff for related matters. We are also pleased, Honorable Chairperson, by the prompt response of the Department of Water and Sanitation on the natural flood disasters which happened in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest provinces during April this year. KwaZulu-Natal was the most affected province. It received between 200 and 400 milliliters of rainfall in a 24-hour period, taking lives of more than 443 people and completely damaging the infrastructure like houses, schools, and bridges. Honorable Chairperson, during our interaction with the Department of Water and Sanitation as a select committee on its annual performance plan for 2022-2023 financial year, as well as its budget, we noted the performance indicators and targets which the department seek to achieve. And these include: one, on program; one, on administration. The committee noted the output indicators of the program to include performance and financial information related to targeted procurement, budget spent on youth, on women, and people with disabilities, as well as the implementation of financial recovery plan. On program 2, water resource management, we noted as a committee and support the department in its effort to ensure that the country's water resources are protected, used, developed for the benefit of our people in a sustainable way. On Program 3, Water Service Management, the committee support the department to develop, to rehabilitate and refurbish the raw water resources and water services infrastructure to meet the socio-economic and environmental needs of our country. Fourthly, on the program Allocation of Infrastructure program, the committee noted that in this regard, the department will ensure the allocation of the regional bulk infrastructure grant, water board allocations, water service infrastructure, as well as their implication to local government. The Select Committee, therefore, Honorable Chair, has welcomed the 2022-23 Annual Performance Plan and Budget Allocation for the Department of Water and Sanitation, and noted that the APP has been aligned and integrated with the medium-term strategic framework and the 2022 State of the Nation address by the President. We have further noted that the main priorities of the department for this financial year include the implementation of projects to augment bulk water resource infrastructure, as the ministers alluded to lead the development of water resources, to support municipalities on water and sanitation services, to strengthen regulatory intervention, to address pollution of environment and water, to improve revenue collection across the water value chain, to reduce irregular, unauthorized, and wasteful expenditure, as well as ensuring and consequence management for financial misconduct. The committee feels that the Department of Water and Services must therefore attend to the following other matters to ensure that we move forward and achieve our objective: the resolution of all issues around the War on Leaks program, the bucket eradication and school sanitation as a matter of urgency, water pollution, the functionality and stability of our water boards, the continuous fight against corruption, and the implementation of forensic investigations report. We also feel that all vacancies in the department must be filled. Also improving the spending on water and sanitation infrastructure. And lastly, ensure consequence management in the department and around allegations of corruptions. And here we single out the Guyana Water Project. Honorable Chairperson, as I pointed out from the beginning, today is the birth date of Tata Walter Sisulu. He would have been 110 years old, the same as his beloved organization, the African National Congress. When the trumpet summoned Walter Sisulu in 1944 to form the ANC Youth League, together with Anton Mzwakele Mbete, Esli Peter Mda, Mkolisi Lionel Majombozi, Oliver Reginald Tambo, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, Congress Mbata, Jordan Magubane, William Nkomo, David Bupape, Godfrey Peach, and many others, Walter Sisulu galvanized the ANC and declared themselves the brain trust and power station of the spirit of African nationalism. They became a generation that was fired by determination to rid our people of a sense of inferiority. With a motto of Africa's cause must triumph, in their manifesto, they call for Africans to occupy the rightful place among the nations of the world and wanted African youth to be united, consolidated, trained, disciplined, because future leaders would be recruited from his ranks. If ever, Honorable Chairperson, there was anyone who lived, slept, and dreamt the liberation of his people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it was Walter Sisulu. He spent the better part of his adult life serving humanity and later in prison for 26 years. Walter Sisulu was a fierce, committed leader who loved his country and his people. He never lost sight of his people, especially their needs, their fears, their joys, their aspirations, their dreams, and their hopes. That is why he was so much loved and respected by his people. And that is why he will forever be remembered. Once more, may God receive his soul in peace and with joy. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, in the honor and memory of Baba Sisulu, and in remembrance his birth date, we as his living beings, especially as members of Parliament, we must do everything within our power to emulate these examples by passing correct laws and by conducting oversight on all organs of the state under our jurisdiction in order to live by the dream of water is life and sanitation is dignity. As the ANC Honorable Chair, we support the APP and the budget of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovo. We'll proceed to Honorable C. Fesser. Fesser.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members. The Department of Water and Sanitation remains the custodian of South Africans' water resources, ensuring that all South Africans gain access to clean water and dignified sanitation. Tragically, over a period of 28 years, the Department of Water and Sanitation has lost their vision of being a dynamic, people-orientated department leading effective management of the nation's water resources to meet the needs of current and future generations. Violent protests has become part of the South African landscape because communities are forced to live without water for days, weeks, months, and years. These destructive, violent protests were and are still managed by public order police, stun grenades, and rubber bullets because people are forced to fight for a basic human right. Shame on you for this. Many areas in South Africa are still without any access to water, like the Kagisanomalopo municipality, where Pomfret is without water since 2011. Bray and Piet Plessis since before the 2021 local government elections. The media reports on a daily basis show cities like Johannesburg, Rustenburg, and Bloemfontein, even country towns being without water for extended periods, which has become the norm. Water boards, water authorities, and water services providers are undercapacitated, unskilled, and untrained to functionally ensure effective water management is practiced and maintained 365 days of every year. Why? Simply because the department, together with the provincial governments, the water boards, the district and local municipalities, all dismally failed within their mandates of authority, never mind to stop the looting. We need to face reality and acknowledge the reason why the department failed to comply in its mission of being service and delivery oriented. To get it right the first time, on time, ensuring all citizens are provided with water and the sanitation service they deserve. The department lost another important part of its mission, having a heart to provide our nation with a caring environment by protecting our natural resources. What happened in 28 years was focusing on all but the vision, mission, and values. Instead, the department as the custodian turned a blind eye on the massive and continuous pollution of every stream, wetland, river, and dam. District and local municipalities are allowed to decant into the environment effluent from multi-million rand dysfunctional state-of-the-art wastewater treatment work plants, not complying with the said allowed values of the SANS general legal limits. Industries are allowed to decant whatever toxic waste they produce in our environment into our rivers with no consequences, without even getting a slap on the wrist. No directives are issued, no fines, non-compliance with legislation, just like nobody cares. This negligence destroyed our environment, turned our rivers into sewer channels, our dams into sewer maturation ponds, and killing our ecosystems and wetlands. Bobberspan is the oldest Ramsar site in the Southern Hemisphere and is slowly dying because of raw, untreated sewer running into this wetland for the past 28 years and down to Schweizer-Reneke, where bulk water is extracted for the people of Ipilecheng and Schweizer-Reneke. The Marika River lost its pristine value of pure water, flowing into Botswana, polluted with raw sewer. Towns, townships, and villages are drowning in raw untreated sewer, flowing through their houses, submerging their backyards, gravitationally flowing into private boreholes from sewer conservancy tanks and blockages on sewer lines for 28 years. The department dismally failed to issue directives for more than 10 years, to keep authorities accountable, to ensure consequences are faced due to negligence, leaving the colorful green and blue scorpions toothless and redundant. At the Department Water and Sanitation Portfolio meeting in February 2019, the committee was informed that the WISA water system water use license took 300 days with no responses as to why the process took so long and needs to be expedited. Well, currently, Northwest lawyers are struggling for more than 3 years to obtain water use licenses from the Department Water and Sanitation Kimberley office, being sent from pillar to post. The department needs to take urgent action, since South Africa has a looming water crisis that will be more devastating than the Eskom crisis and negatively impacting on our economy and costing lives. Due to the inadequate maintenance of the past 28 years and a population that is virtually doubled, the infrastructure cannot and will not sustain the demand. The department needs to claim its legislative space and to do its job. Thank you, Minister. We know you are in it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable F. Nkomonye. Honorable Nkomonye.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, the Honorable Minister Mtunu, Honorable Deputy Minister Makadzi, permanent and special delegates to the NCOP, members of the Select Committee on Water and Sanitation, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to debate on behalf of MEC Konziwe on this very important budget vote, which has constitutional imperatives. Allow me, Honorable Chair, from the onset on behalf of the Eastern Cape government to welcome the budget vote for the Department of Water and Sanitation as presented by Honorable Minister Mtunu. Honorable Chairperson and the members of the House, the Eastern Cape, as you would know it, is very rural in nature, and therefore access to basic services is somewhat a challenge in some areas. This is due to a number of factors, which include geographical terrain, which is not easy to service, particularly when we're dealing with access roads that have been affected by the disaster that has been a consequence of the inclement weather, as having been noted before by the chairperson of the Select Committee. The province has also experienced a number of disasters that have destroyed our water and sanitation infrastructure. It is a known fact, Honorable Chairperson, that the province of the Eastern Cape, we have areas that have had a lot of water challenges in Nelson Mandela Metro, in Amatole, in the areas of OR Tambo, and as well as Alfred Nzo. We've had a lot of challenges with respect to access to water. And I'm happy that Minister Mtunu has indicated on the progress that is being made on the projects that they're working on in the province. The recent storms in district municipalities such as OR Tambo, Amatole, Krizani, and parts of Alfred Nzo have reversed some of the progress made in as far as servicing rural areas in the province. We, however, hope that they will be given an adequate support in restoring what has been lost due to the floods. Honorable Chairperson, the provision of water and sanitation is not a competence of the Department of Human Settlements. It is, however, a competence and responsibility of municipalities in the province. However, as a department, we continue to support with the provision of some of the elements to maintain continuity in project areas, since this has been seen as a health necessity. In respect of rural areas, the department provides water and sanitation through rural housing program in a project for beneficiaries whose housing subsidy has been approved, and in areas where the district municipality has not provided for them in the following manner. We provide the ventilated, improved pit latrine as a form of sanitation, and it is constructed in a specification and design that has been approved by the district municipalities. We also provide water tankers and water tanks that are 2,500 to 3,000 liters as a form of water provision. And those tanks have a standard that is compulsory in the rural areas. Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, in respect of urban areas, the department provides water and sanitation through integrated residential development program. Planning and services in a project for beneficiaries whose housing subsidy has been approved are provided, are provided with water that would be in the areas of townships and in metropolitans and district areas where it is the responsibility of those municipalities to provide bulk infrastructure support. The department constructs water and sewer reticulation once the designs are approved by the respective municipality for the specific township, covering all the sites. The construction involves a situation where the appointed contractor provides connection points for house connections in respect of water as well as sewer system. Honorable Chairperson, the department has an obligation to continue to provide the above mentioned services. However, it will always be in the areas where as a department we have projects as identified in the district development model. Engagements with respective municipalities and COGTA to provide bulk water infrastructure through municipal infrastructure grants in areas of development will be strengthened in order to avert delays. Honorable Chairperson and the members of the House, the Honorable Minister has approved funding of up to 30% for the provincial allocations for bulk infrastructure to support human settlements projects with a clear motivation. The department is engaging municipalities, particularly district metropolitans, to effectively utilize urban settlement development grant in provision of bulk infrastructure. And as a result, a high number of impact projects are currently underway and are progressing very well. These include Orange Grove, which has 3,500 units, and Duncan Village in Buffalo City, and Zanemvula in Gqeberha in the Nelson Mandela municipality. Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, the department collaborates with municipalities on utilization of USDG for provision of bulk water and sanitation. The department also works with the COGTA and local municipalities on how we can better utilize the municipal infrastructure grant to provide for bulk water, for bulk infrastructure for water and sanitation for the approved designs by engineers. The department is also collaborating with the National Department of Human Settlements to provide funding for provision of engineering services in respect of water sanitation, as well as construction of houses and service sites. Honorable Chairperson, in the 2022-23 financial year, a total of 6,205 sites or beneficiaries will be provided with water and sanitation in the province. And out of that, 6,205, about 1,368 will be in the urban areas and 4,837 will be in rural areas. As I have indicated earlier on, Honorable Chairperson, that our province is very rural. So the skewness in terms of provision of bulk water and sanitation is in respect of that. As a province, we once again welcome the budget vote, and we are really hoping that the challenges that we are having with respect to access to water and sanitation, as it is the dignity of our citizens, will be resolved. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngomonye. We'll now proceed to Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Minister, Deputy Ministers, permanent and temporary delegates to the NCOP, and colleagues. The Gauteng city region faces water risks which are aggravated by rapid population growth, high water losses, and degradation of the quality of water resources, climate change effects, and increasing demand for human settlement development. The province is heavily dependent on imported water, which comes from other provinces. Schemes that augment the integrated Vaal River system. Honorable members, the Gauteng provincial government has developed a water security plan in order to address all these challenges. The plan aims to ensure that there is reliable availability of an acceptable quantity and quality of water for health, livelihoods, ecosystems, and production, coupled with an acceptable level of water-related risks to the people, environments, and economies. The plan defines the critical areas that needs focus to ensure a water-secure Gauteng city region, and it also outlines short, medium, and long-term interventions based on 5 cardinal programs, with each of the programs dealing with actions to be taken across government, business, households, and communities, civil society, the media, and researchers. The 5 cardinal programs of the plan are as follows: reduce water demand. Water services providers like municipalities and water boards and their agents must reduce non-revenue water, including enforcing payment for services and reducing both physical losses in their distribution systems and unauthorized use. To target, set, and agreed with the rainwater, Gauteng City Region and the Department of Water and Sanitation, social institutions as well as businesses, including property owners, must be encouraged and incentivized to monitor and control their water consumption and to reduce it by introducing efficiency measures, especially, but not only in new developments. The second one is invest in alternative water sources. Alternative sources such as groundwater, water reuse, and treated acid mine drainage, as well as rainwater harvesting, should be a focus for intervention. Improve environmental protection and water quality. Poor water quality in the river systems that flow from and through Gauteng puts its people and downstream users at risk and may influence water availability. At present, Gauteng's primary water quality problems are the result of human activity, the poor management of sanitation systems, dumping and littering, and wild chemical pollution from mining and industry declining. It needs to be monitored and controlled. Meanwhile, although poorly managed wastewater treatment works are problematic, they may offer an opportunity to increase water reuse and mitigate supply constraints. The fourth area is to strengthen institutions and institutional cooperation. Effective institutions are essential to keep the system running. Water security strengthened by institutional weakness and possible failure at all levels, with most institutions in the water sector facing serious financial challenges in both the bulk water resource component as well as in the provision of municipal water services. The serious shortcomings in the management of the integrated Vaal River system needs to be managed closely through the Department of Water and Sanitation, rainwater, and municipalities, giving an acceptable level of confidence in contingency planning, both at water resource and distribution level. Prepare for drought as the new normal. Climate change is impacting on Gauteng city regions' water security by increasing the frequency and severity of both droughts and floods. Effective water resource management will ensure that aims to maintain reliable supplies even during periods of drought are realized. The population and economic growth in the Gauteng city region means that the demand for water is likely to exceed supply in the short term. So water scarcity may happen outside of periods of extended drought. The Department of Water and Sanitation, as the custodian of water resources, will need to improve its management of the integrated Vaal River system operating model so that we can give water managers and users early warnings of potential shortages in rainwater supply areas. If this function effectively and its warnings are acted upon, the impact of drought can be dramatically reduced. In the province, water security is spearheaded by the Municipal Infrastructure Support Unit within urban planning, which is now situated in Cogta. Whilst the province has no legislative mandate, it engages in policy, strategy, and management of water, resources, and water services. Municipalities are responsible for the provision of water and sanitation services in terms of the Constitution and the Water Services Act, and nomination as water services authorities by COGTA, as well as for a range of related infrastructure and urban planning and management functions. Honorable members, a major challenge identified in the Gauteng City Region Water Supply Plan is the limited mandate that provinces have around water services and the fact that they are reliant on national developments in terms of formulating and implementing strategies and frameworks. Gauteng must never take its water security for granted. The province lies high on the divide between South Africa's two great rivers with very limited local water resources. It depends on suppliers from the large, highly engineered integrated Vaal River system and a few local sources that draw water from 5 different river basins across the 6 provinces. In conclusion, the climate that supports these suppliers is extremely variable with a history of unpredictable multi-year droughts. The threat of climate change compounds this uncertainty and adds further long-term risks. As Gauteng's population expands and the economy grows, we must continually review the security of our city region's water supply if it's to continue to sustain its people and their economic growth. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable S. Zander Mela. Honorable Zander Mela.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects budget vote 41 on water and sanitation. Chairperson, water is a key resource which ultimately determines the quality of life which a society will lead. Yet 28 years since democratic elections in South Africa, our people bear the brunt of the incompetencies of this department as millions of our people are still without basic services. Statistics show that the availability and accessibility of water and sanitation is a challenge which many of our communities across South Africa grapple with on a daily basis. The number of people without access to reliable water supply, decent sanitation remains unacceptably high, as over 5.3 million households in the country do not have access to clean water services. Communities across provinces experience access to water and sanitation in an unequal manner, with residents and learners in rural and semi-urban communities experiencing the far end of stick at the department's fumbles, as the department fumbles with reaching any solutions. To date, therefore, have been no impact investment in water infrastructure to speak of, nor any forms of practical water conservation practices initiated. There has been no realistic plan to speak of which will avert the water shortage disaster. Instead, the country is heading to yet another disaster, which we have grown accustomed to under the leadership of the ruling party. We need bold action now as to date. Technological issues and lack of up-to-date water management systems still remain a challenge in this country. Infrastructure decay, lack of maintenance, and lack of improvements hamper high-quality, safe water and sanitation provision in South Africa. There has been a failure to improve the availability of water, therefore, resulting in backward and unhygienic living conditions for our people. We know this to be true, as our people in the rural and township areas still make use of communal taps, with women carrying the burden of this task, since they are the ones who must carry water for household duties such as cleaning, washing, and cooking. Women still walk long distances to fetch water from remote points, often in the dark, facing a long walk home, exposing themselves to attacks, violence, and rape. Our people still rely on the use of natural water resources, such as rivers and streams, which they share with animals, exposing themselves to waterborne diseases and health-related complications. Chairperson, communities in these areas use available water sources for multiple purposes, such as drinking, crop irrigation, livestock, and farming. Our people lack adequate sanitation, as they still make use of pit toilets. They defecate in open fields, bushes, and forests, which is a critical aspect of polluting water sources. The water and sanitation challenges in rural areas come as no surprise, as these have been in existence for many decades under the apartheid era and continues into the democratic dispensation. In the past, master plans have been presented, promising water sanitation for all, with nothing said on how water will be provided for in rural areas, especially in areas such as Dr. J.S. Moroka, Chief Albert Mutulu, and Bushbuck in Pumala. The ruling party has long abandoned any effort in uplifting the quality of lives of our people. For why else do such challenges persist? The Department of Water and Sanitation appropriates billions of rands each year for building water, for build water and sanitation infrastructure, only to have all that money going down the drain. Conditions such as corruption and slow economic growth has led to a low levels of service delivery to poor and outlying areas, which means that poor are least likely to have access to reliable and safe water supply, decent sanitation services, and are less likely to secure appropriate redress for the violation of such basic rights. Chairperson, inadequate drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene have adverse effects in non-household settings such as schools, healthcare facilities, and workplaces. Since South Africa has been recognized as the water scarce country, there is a need to act promptly to protect water resources. The little water resources which we still have need to be managed in an efficient manner. The artificial separation between this department's mandate and the municipality's responsibility in delivering water has to be addressed. Access to safe drinking water sources, appropriate sanitation facilities are fundamental to the economic growth and development of the country as a whole. Which quality of life is this, which is to be led by a community which lacks access to water and sanitation? Chairperson, as the EFF reject this budget, as it does not speak to the improvement of water and sanitation systems at municipal and villages level. Neither does it speak to strengthen water and sanitation improvement program. Reject this budget as it does not guarantee that villagers will have piped water for use in homes and quality-based sanitation systems. We reject this budget as it does not make way for the improvement of water sources to make them accessible and safe for humans. We reject this report, condemn the incompetence and corruption of the ANC, and we encourage our people to keep asserting their rights of water and sanitation by all means necessary. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Sheikh. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, and greetings to your good self. Greetings to the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, and greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, one of the actions of our founding President of Democratic South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela, was to ensure that we become a member of the United Nations. You will remember the role of the United Nations had played during the struggle against the apartheid colonialism. The United Nations not only declared apartheid as a crime against humanity because of its oppressive system, but also because of its denial of basic human rights, such as the right to sufficient water and adequate or basic sanitation for the majority of its population. Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states in part that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services. As a signatory to the United Nations as a country, our role is to ensure that these rights are achieved. Honorable Chairperson, the United Nations Subcommittee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights had at its 29th session in November 2002 issued Agenda number 15 on the right to water, which states in part that the human rights to water entitles everyone to sufficient, safe, acceptable, physical, accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic users. An adequate amount of safe water is necessary to prevent death from dehydration and to reduce the risk of water-related diseases and to provide for consumption, cooking, personal and domestic hygiene requirements. Honorable Chair, the right to water emphasizes three things. Firstly, the right to water means that water supply should be readily available to each person or household for both physical and domestic uses. Secondly, the quality of the available water is important, and it should be free of chemical substances or waterborne diseases. And thirdly, water supply should be physically accessible, and no one person or group should be discriminated against. Section 27, subsection 1B, and subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa says that everyone has a right to access sufficient food and water, and that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. In order for our government to realize the right to access to water, a number of policies and strategies have been put in place. Honorable Chairperson, our democratic government had developed a national guide which stipulates that each person is entitled to 25 liters of water per day or 6,000 kiloliters per household per month. Majority of our people have access to tap water, either through communal taps within a 200-meter radius or through tap water installed in their homes or yards. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge that there are still communities that still fetch water from rivers and dams. Honorable Chairperson, our government is committed to the provision of sufficient and continuous water supply for both personal and domestic use. The ANC government is committed in the provision of water supply that is free from chemical substances, free of waterborne diseases which might threaten one's health. This commitment is demonstrated by Minister Mchunu by reinstating the Blue Drop Status Program. The purpose of the Blue Drop Status is to ensure that local communities provide their citizens with safe drinking water. The ANC government, through the implementation of the Drop Program, is striving to uphold principles of transparency and accountability, but also to ensure that the country is compliant in relation to its international obligation as it relates to the provision of safe drinking water. Just recently, the Department of Water and Sanitation had released the Blue Drop Progress Report 2022, which had established that in majority of our municipalities, the quality of water provided might be a potential health risk to residents. Tabling this report, the government demonstrates its commitment to the principle of transparency and accountability, but also to ensure that those municipalities with poor quality water rectify the situation to conform to international standards. Honorable Chair, we all know the story of the Vaal River pollution as the result of the Plenary local municipality's inability to maintain its wastewater treatment plants. The South African Human Rights Commission had a 3-year investigation on the sewage problem that affected the Vaal River, and the report of the investigation highlighted the fact that 19 million Southerners are dependent on the Vaal River system for their water, and it has posed a potential high health risk. Mr. Mchuno, in his ministerial briefing in the NCOP on the 29th of March 2022, acknowledged the challenges faced by many municipalities whose infrastructure is failing and deteriorating due to poor governance, weak asset management, billing and revenue collection, operations and maintenance, and the lack of technical skills. He further outlined the various interventions that his department will take to ensure that our municipalities comply with the Green Drop program. These measures are not only about compliance with international standards, but also in ensuring that people live a dignified life. Honorable Chair, we must internalize that climate change is reality, or rather say it has become the new normal. The impact of climate change in our country include changing rain patterns and increase in evaporation. And most importantly, increased prospects of extreme drought. We have just witnessed the devastating effects of climate change in our country as experienced by the people of KwaZulu-Natal and certain parts of the Eastern Cape, where they were heavy rain resulting in disastrous flood. We have witnessed the drying of dams due to increased evaporation of water from the dams. We have also witnessed 2 metropolitan municipalities almost experiencing day zero in our recent past. Honourable members, you will remember the Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape were forced to declare certain parts of their provinces disaster areas as a result of the impact of drought of the 2018-2020 period. Droughts have a huge socioeconomic impact on our society. In the first instance, drought will result in increased food prices, in particular maize, meat, and poultry, which are consumed by most of our people in the country. But also the impact of drought results in job losses, which increase unemployment in the country. It was reported that during the drought period of 2017 in the Western Cape alone had lost 20,000 jobs. Honorable Chairperson, if we all agree that water is life, therefore it means all of us must contribute in water conservation and protection. As the African National Congress, we call upon the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Mchuno, to reinstate the No Drop program, which sought to ensure that we conserve, protect, and use water efficiently. By reinstating the No Drop program, it will go a long way in ensuring that water service authorities or local municipalities ensure that there is no water losses as a result of water leaks. The program requires that municipalities provide the South African public with credible and transparent results on the status of water use, efficiency, and the management thereof. In other words, providing credible and transparent water status to its residents, the municipalities will foster behavioral changes with regards to water use by its residents. We are confident that Minister Mchuno and his senior managers in the department and its entities will respond favorably to our recommendation for the reinstating of the No Drop program. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Shaik. The next speaker is going to be Honourable D. Magazi. As Honourable Magazi comes forward, I'll now hand over to Honourable Winingwe. Honorable Magazi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Deputy Chairperson Mel Lucas, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Mkunu, and other ministers of the platform, Honorable Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, and other deputy ministers, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Tate Mohai, and other members of the National Council of Provinces, those that are coming from the provinces, Dr. Sean Phillips, the Director General of the Department of Water, and senior managers, leadership of our entities, the chairpersons, and board members, the CEOs, and senior executives. All distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. Mahatma Gandhi once said, the earth, the air, the land, and water are not our inheritance from our forefathers, but are on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them as it was handed over to us, close quote. Our department.
It's again.
If you can just ask Honorable Lihihi there to please take care to ensure that we don't disturb the proceedings. Please proceed, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our department is on course towards the achievement of the SDG 6, which demands us to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation. We are also expected to achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water and make sure that sanitation is dignity by 2030. The National Planning Commission, in its report of 2016 on the state of water in our country, has identified the following 6 thematic areas. The first area was water demand and supply. And then the second was the impact of climate change. The infrastructure, asset management, and functionality was the third one. And infrastructure planning and development was the fourth one. Institutional and regulatory framework, the fifth one. And lastly, lack of human and institutional capacity was those that were recognized by the National Planning Commission. Water is a shared resource with many stakeholders. If it is, as it is a shared resource, it is a shared opportunity and also a shared risk for everyone, whether you are in public sector or in public and in private sector or in social sector. This is an opportunity and a risk that we are all sharing. And therefore, everyone must be aware that our responsibility is water, and every one of us must know that water is a business for all of us. Honorable Chairperson, the current conjuncture presents an opportunity to reset the South African water and sanitation infrastructure to enhance the economy. We are working with the municipalities to achieve this imperative. As we know, that the distribution of water reticulation and water treatment and the treatment of wastewater is a direct responsibility of the municipality. We therefore would want to say this is a great challenge that the Minister of Water and Sanitation is focusing on, and to make sure that water availability and water security is what we should be able to be talking to in focusing on our communities. In our extensive travel throughout the country in the last 9 months, we have identified and seen at first hand the challenges that the municipalities are facing with respect to water and sanitation. These are some of the challenges that we found in the municipalities. The dilapidated infrastructure, as has been indicated, but vandalism has been on the center of water and sanitation infrastructure, lack of technical skills, poor water quality, combined with pollution and spillages in most of the municipalities, loss of water through leakages, and most importantly, Chairperson, the billing systems and revenue management in many municipalities were found wanting. And therefore, these are but some of the issues that one has seen, but there are many that we have really seen in all those municipalities as we're traveling throughout the country. As we strive as a department to strengthen our support and intervention role at the municipal level, we will not neglect our core responsibilities of developing the national water resource, and we are paying attention and to accelerating the planning and the implementation of key water resource augmentation projects around the country. The department will continue to support the municipalities to develop, to refurbish municipal water and sanitation bulk distribution by using the grants that are there, bulk infrastructure and water services infrastructure grants that are found in the department. Honorable members, the department will develop a necessary capacity to support and intervene of both public and private mechanisms appropriately funded and financed. In implementing the program, the department is currently working with the National Treasury, the National Department of Operative Governance, SALGA, and other stakeholders. The department will continue to monitor performance of the municipalities and will publish on a regular basis information of this monitoring of the municipality through a single national regulatory dashboard. We are planning also, Chairperson, to establish the Water Partnership Office, which will support effective long-term contracting by municipality with the private sector, with a view to harness the private sector skills, to harness the commercial and blended finance to improve the services outcome in our municipalities. We made a commitment to Cabinet this year to develop and implement a water service improvement program to strengthen the national support and intervention measures and to make them more effective. The framework for this program has since been developed, and it includes optimal use of legislative framework and reconfiguration of the water boards so that they can be able to work closer to the municipality and assist municipalities that are failing. The minister is in the process of tabling the National Sanitation Framework to Cabinet to ensure equitable minimum norms and standards for sanitation. The National Sanitation Framework will ensure that we eradicate the bucket systems, because we see this as a department as a moving target, which we need to have norms and standards that can regulate that. Honorable members, for some time, the department has been engaged in reviewing legislation, and I can now talk about the National Water Act of 1998 and the National Services Act of 1997 that are being renewed. But within the same breast, I will indicate that the minister is in a process of making sure that we establish the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which actually all of this will be going to Cabinet and will be coming to Parliament in the not so foreseeable distant future. Honorable members, we are also working in making sure that the issues of the catchment management areas, particularly those of Horits, Brede Horits catchment and management area, is worked on so as to include the Berg Oliphant water management area in making sure that we broaden the scope of our catchment management area. To accelerate the transformation, the department is currently busy establishing the transformation committees as a strategic and integral platform where meaningful resolutions and actions on transformation issues will be taken. Transformation will ensure that the targets of water and sanitation are met in meeting the building programs and jobs for women, youth, and people with disability are put at the center stage. To strive for transformation, we will resuscitate women leadership in water and sanitation in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, as I have indicated earlier on. Nelson Mandela once said, freedom alone is not enough without light to read, without time or access to water to irrigate your farm, and without the availability to catch fish and feed your children, close quote. God bless South Africa. God bless her sons and daughters. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I would now like to hand over to Honorable Ngwenya. Honorable Ngwenya. It seems there's a bit of a problem there. We'll then proceed to Honorable Sleko. Honorable Sleko.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members. Honorable DM, I hope that you did convey our dissatisfaction during the meeting when we got the briefing of this particular department, when it was shared with us that the minister abandoned us as Parliament to attend a political program. But I'm glad that today there is no congresses and the minister is amongst us. Chairperson, I worked through the analysis of the budget and annual performance plan of the Department of Water and Sanitation, and I listened to the overview of 22-23 annual performance plan and the MTF budget. Chairperson, the verdict is still out whether the new faces will bring change to water and sanitation, but the Honorable Minister Senzo Mchunu and his new Director General, Dr. Sean Phillips, seem to be a huge improvement on those who governed the department into the ground, namely Utata Ugugile Nkwinti, Mama Action Mvula Mokonyane, who coincidentally was named in the third Zondo Commission report, which recommended that Ms. Mokonyane be investigated and prosecuted for corruption in relation to allegations that she received cash and benefits from Busasa during her tenure as minister. Recently, the Honorable Mama Presidential Ambitions Lindiwe Sisulu. Chairperson, the Minister and Director General knows that they inherited a failed department. But if anyone associated to the African National Congress, and that is a huge if, can improve the state of water and sanitation in South Africa, it could be them. Hence, I will give them the benefit of doubt in turning things around. I read a description of the Department of Water and Sanitation, and I quote, "It is responsible for the state of water and sanitation in South Africa," unquote. If this is interpreted literally and currently, it implies that the department is responsible for the implosion of water and sanitation function in South Africa. Currently, however, the department developed a reputation of fraud, corruption, and procurement irregularities. Let me remind the Minister and the Director General that during 2019-20 financial year, reports states that billions has been squandered by the department. At the time, the department admitted that widespread, large-scale, and persistent financial ill discipline prevented them from funding crucial water infrastructure projects. This was echoed by Corruption Watch and the Water Integrity Network. In 2022, the department admitted that most municipalities struggle with water-related service delivery due to aging and dysfunctional water infrastructure. Chairperson, inadequate maintenance and operations at local government level causes 40% of water to be lost before it reaches the end users. So clearly, Chairperson, municipal water-related service delivery is a myth, and it is the task of this department to set things right. Chairperson, the latest plan captures key focus areas. It rightly talks about alternative water resources, support to municipalities, regulatory intervention to reduce the effect of wastewater on the environment and communities, water use efficiencies, irregular expenditure, and consequent management for financial misconduct. This is an implementable plan that raises hope. Chairperson, but the reality is that the ANC for decades had the uncanny ability to develop good plans, but then with the benefits of their cadres and those politically connected to them in mind, decide to implement other plans. Chairperson, what we need is that the implementation of this plan be monitored by the various parliamentary portfolio committees. We have a department that has been separated from the Department of Human Settlements, a new minister, a new director general, and also a new CFO, Chief Financial Officer. However, Chairperson, we also have the same old problems. It must change because water represents life to our people and sanitation dignity. If this plan succeeds, the equation is easy. It will give life and dignity to our people. We can no longer sit in the comfort of our national and provincial parliamentary chairs and in municipal council chambers whilst our people still cross the N2, risking their lives to relieve themselves, or whilst millions are still exposed to pit toilets, especially at schools, where we are killing the future of this country. Chairperson, we cannot afford one more pit-related death, nor the corruption relating to water tanks and the pollution of farms. 2 years ago, the Honorable President in his SONA compared the strength and toughness of South Africans to the fynbos that can survive extreme fires and heat. At the time, Chairperson, I said that the metaphor was distorted because what the ANC did to us is worse than what fynbos has to endure. Today, I still say the same, but there is another reality. The fire caused by the Department of Water and Sanitation cannot be put out if there is no water to do the job. Bayadanki, Nkosi, I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable De Bruin. And as Honorable De Bruin steps forward, we'll ask Honorable Nyambe to chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we all know the saying that water is life, and without access to water, no civilization can survive. Yet this department obviously has no regard for the importance of access to clean water for every citizen in South Africa. With record rainfalls and overflowing dams in the most parts of the country, the taps are unfortunately still dry for many in South Africa. And this is due to only one fact, and that's the incompetence of this department and the ANC. Almost every single bulk water supply project since 2007 is either still not completed or was completed years later than planned. And in some cases, certain of these projects has never even left the planning table. On the one hand, we hear that South Africa is a water-scarce country. But on the other hand, for example, Mangaung Metro has admitted in a report tabled in February this year that the Metro has an average water loss of 46% of the total distributed, and this due to dilapidated infrastructure. So clearly this department isn't capable of providing the necessary infrastructure needed for the future when it can't even maintain the infrastructure that was inherited. And this while the majority of South Africans still struggles to have access to clean water, and this in violation of their constitutional rights. Waagbare voorsitter, hierdie departement en die regering in geheel reg net erns aan Suid-Afrikaners se grondwetlike regte in verkiesingstye, wanneer groot beloftes gemaak word om steun te werf, net om na die tyd die burgers van die land se basiese behoeftes gerieflik mis te kyk. In die Wetsdorp in die Vrystaat kan jy jouself gelukkig ag as jy vir 'n week aan eenlopend water in jou kraan het. En so is dit nou al die geval vir meer as 10 jaar. Maar voorsitter, dit is ongelukkig maar een van vele voorbeelde. In die dorpe van Jagersfontein, Foriesmith, Tronsburg, Ehrenburg, Reddersburg En nog meer as wat ek die tyd het om op te noem, is dit presies dieselfde geval. Selfs die dorp van Gariepdam, wat langs die grootste dam in die suidelike halfrond geleë is, kan die departement nie eers daaraan slaag om volhoubare water in die krane te verseker nie. Nou vra ek, met hierdie enkele voorbeelde van honderde, hoe kan enige regdenkende mens enige vertroue in hierdie departement en sy begroting sit? En asof dit nie erg genoeg is nie, word elke stroompie spruit, rivier en dam waarvan ons so noodsaaklik afhanklik is, daagliks besoedel as gevolg van gebrekkige en vervalle infrastruktuur. En die groen druppel verslag bevestig hierdie stelling, maar lê ongelukkig nie naby genoeg klem op hoe groot hierdie probleem werklik is. Die verslag wys daarop dat slegs 22 van die 995 rioolsuiweringsaanlegte die groen druppelstatus kon ontvang het. En dat amper 40% van rioolsuiweringsaanlegte in Suid-Afrika in 'n kritiese toestand is. Maar voorsitter, tydens die provinsiale week in die Vrystaat, waar talle dorpe se suiweringsaanlegte en rioolplase besoek was, kon ons nie op een enkele suksesverhaal afkom nie. Die prentjie was oral dieselfde. Rioolaanleg na rioolaanleg staan vervalle en rou riool loop eenvoudig aan een kant in en aan die ander kant uit in ons natuurlike spruite en riviere in, net om verder in die lyn af weer gesuiwer te word met aanlegte wat nie daarvoor geskik is nie. So voorsitter, geen begroting sal hierdie situasie kan omdraai as die departement nie met erns begin om kundige mense aan te stel wat akkurate impakstudies en die nodige werkbare beplanning kan doen om volhoubare waterverskaffing te verseker nie. En dan nie om te praat van die stryd om die ANC's vingers uit die til te hou nie. Honorable Chair, this department under the ANC governance has failed to ensure that every person in South Africa can enjoy the basic human right to have access to clean water over the last 28 years. So instead of blaming everything and everyone, from the weather conditions to global warming and even the past, rather get your house in order with qualified and honest staff and officials to do what they are paid to do, and that's to ensure access to clean water and sanitation for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Duprey. Honorable members, I now invite MEC Ndlovu, MEC of Kokta from Mpumalanga. MEC Ndlovu, it is maiden speech in the National Council of Provinces. MEC Ndlovu.
Honorable Nyambi, thanks for your time. Greetings to the chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, Minister of Water and Sanitation, our beloved Honorable Minister Mkulu, Deputy Ministers of DWS, Honorables D. Mahlobo and D. Dikeledi, all other honorable members participating from various provinces, all stakeholders, and our beloved people of our beloved country. It is an honor and a befitting choice that Mpumalanga province joins in this debate on the Department of Water and Sanitation's budget vote. In the recent years, DWS has been visible in the Mpumalanga province through a number of infrastructure intervention projects which have driven positive impact on the ground for our masses who were previously highly disadvantaged in their areas where both bulk and reticulation infrastructure for water and sanitation was just a violation of human rights by the previous non-democratic regime. The collective efforts by DWS, the province of Mpumalanga and municipalities in implementing water and sanitation infrastructure projects yielded positive outcomes. At least in other areas of the province, our people are no longer complaining like they used to. Water is water every day, but there is no a single drop of water. The 2021 General Household Survey by Statistics South Africa indicates that there is a huge positive improvements of households with access to water in the province. 87.9% of the households had access to water by the year 2021. A further improvement was registered where close to 872,000 households had access to flush or chemical toilets by 2021, which is equivalent to 64.4% decent sanitation. DWS is applauded for funding the following completed bulk infrastructure project. I'm not just talking about projects. We are talking about projects that have been completed. Oshani Water Supply Scheme, Balfour Waste Water Treatment Works, Shipmore Bulk Water Supply Scheme, Metula Water Treatment Works, Davel Water Treatment Works, bulk pipeline from Sbange to Ntunda, construction of reservoir in Mabudu and Bobos. DWS is commended for rolling out a high-impact project which will provide relief on the water challenges in the province of Mpumalanga, which include, amongst others, Drink Copies and Sbange Water Supply Scheme, Low Scope Regional Water Supply Scheme, upgrading of Mpuluzi Water Treatment Works, Bryston Cluster 2 Bulk Water Supply Scheme. Low Scope Regional Bulk Water Scheme is a cross-border scheme which supplies both Tembisilehane Municipality with 20 megaliters per day and Skukuna District Municipality in the Musa area in the Limpopo Province with 3 megaliters per day. The Minister of DWS has identified the laying of a pipeline from Loskop Dam to Tembisilehane Regional Bulk Water Scheme as one of the catalyst projects, and as such has mandated his department to consider shortening the duration of its implementation to ensure that much work that could have been done in 5 years is rather completed in 3 years without compromising quality thereof. The first package, which entails abstraction of 23 megaliters per day of water from Loskop Dam and the laying of bulk pipeline for distribution to Verena area where a water treatment facility is intended to be constructed. It is going to commence in June 2022. Let me confirm, Honorable Minister, that a total budget of 1.2 billion was estimated as the total cost for the entire project. This has to be completed within 3 years from the start date as was directed by the Minister. The planning process for the augmentation of bulk water supply for Dr. J.S. Moroka Municipality through the RAS Deventer source has already commenced, and the Nkangala District Municipality has been already appointed as the implementing agent on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation, which is working hard to ensure that the construction of this project commences not later than the year 2023. The province has also directed all municipalities to set aside at least between 50% and 75% of their MIG allocation towards water and sanitation infrastructure intervention projects. In this current year, 2021 financial year, a total of 951 million, which is equivalent to 52% of the MIG, was allocated for 180 water and sanitation projects. This will help to expedite the eradication of the acute backlog in the remaining areas where such water
Akavakali.
Honorable
MEC, you are muted.
MEC, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Who muted me? I did not mute myself. I will never mute myself. I want to address.
We are fine now. We can hear you.
Address our people. The operation and maintenance is one other area that requires close attention, as I have indicated. In addition to this positive intervention, we pray that there should be a sufficient budget allocated to this department to enable it to further its mandate regarding the long-awaited construction of the Mbombela Mountain View Dam that is currently undergoing feasibility studies to help to augment bulk supply of water in the low-felt area, thereby stimulating the expansion of economic growth and industrialization through a reliable source of supply. The release of water use rights by the Loskop Irrigation Board in order to acquire access to 9.6 megaliters per day should be finalized. Out of this, at least 3 megaliters per day will be made available for the 3 municipalities. That is Dr. J.S. Moroka, Tembisi Lehane, and Elias Mutsualedi in the Limpopo province, which will stand to benefit out of this release. We will also expect that the department shall issue the right of use for the city of Mbombela and Bushbuckridge for the specific identified modules within the Oshani water supply scheme, which must be equitably shared between the 2 municipalities in order to cater for all communities within their jurisdiction, as well as further upgrading of the critical Standerton wastewater treatment plant from 9 to 23 megaliters per day to curb any further spillages to Val River. We thank the department for heeding a call made by B. John Robong, who said that my suggestion is that we should first work to ensure that the third world has clean drinking water and sanitation. The introduction of the district development model is now providing government with an opportunity to partner with the private sector and the community-based organization in addressing infrastructure challenges holistically. It's through the DDM approach that beyond the government resources provided, the private sector will mobilize as well to partner with government in addressing infrastructure necessary to stimulate the economy across our municipalities in the province. It is for this reason, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, that Mpumalanga Province strongly believes and is convinced that with adequate allocation of resources to the department, more shall be done to close the gap between those who currently have access to water services and those that we had promised in terms of the Bill of Rights enshrined in our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Chapter 2, to also be equally served with these fruits of democracy in our land. Closing this gap will mean that no a single household shall bear the brunt of surviving without the true benefits of being provided with quality water provision and access to decent sanitation. The department must therefore be allowed to do its best through the resources provided to ensure it accelerates its work in assisting all provinces to meet this constitutional mandate. We know you, Minister and Deputy Ministers, you don't open your mouth and talk about plans and projects that are not funded. We don't make empty promises to claim easy victories. Empty promises do not have legs to stand on. Let me join Comrade Doduva that said that in honor of Comrade Walter Sisulu, we dare not fail the people of South Africa. Mpumalanga provincial government believes that any normal public representative will support the approval of budget vote 41 for the Department of Water and Sanitation. We welcome the budget vote. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC of Kokta from Mpumalanga, MEC Ndlovu. I now invite Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. One of the greatest challenges our country faces and will soon bear full witness to is a water crisis, compounded by the reality of climate change. pollution, and sheer mismanagement of our precious water resources. In terms of the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan, the country is expected to face a water deficit of 17% by 2030. This alarming reality demands urgent action. A critical contributor to this unfolding water crisis is the dilapidated state of our country's water infrastructure. The IFP has consistently raised the issue in the House, as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation's complete incapacity to address the urgency of the matter. The recent horrific floods in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape exposed the extent of government's failure to address aging water infrastructure. As we understand, it has been estimated that the repaired water infrastructure in the eThekwini municipality alone will cost over 1 billion rand. The serious nature of the situation demands much more urgent action from government and the financial commitment to address the situation. The stark reality is that the estimated cost of mega water infrastructure project is in excess of 100 billion rand, and the department's budget is less than 1% of this estimated cost. The IFP strongly endorses the view that the department must urgently provide Parliament with plans and interventions to address this reality. Furthermore, on consideration of the department's 2022-2023 annual performance plan and budget, the IFP remains highly concerned about the slow progress in the elimination of the existing bucket sanitation system. As we understand, the Department of Human Settlements functions as the Department of Water and Sanitation's implementing agent in this regard. And it is specifically mandated to construct, refurbish, and upgrade wastewater infrastructure in the elimination of these bucket toilets. However, no explanation is provided for the dismal progress in this regard and why only 1,409 houses of the targeted 12,221 in the Northern Cape and Free State received toilets in the previous fiscal year. It is crucial that a detailed progress report on the National Sanitation Framework be provided to Parliament, as the people of South Africa deserves answers. However, honorable members, we cannot continue on this path. We cannot continue to recognize, as the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan highlights, that open quote municipalities lack technical skills, institutional capacity and funding to operate and maintain water and wastewater infrastructure assets properly, close quote. Yet there are no consequences for these failures. Where are the consequences, honorable members? The water crisis will engulf us as a country, and our children will pay the price unless we urgently address this situation. With all the above said, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP accept the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Pungane. The next speaker is Councillor Noom, representing Salga. Councillor Noom.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, and the Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation, the Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Chairperson of the House, permanent delegates, Honorable Special Delegates, all protocol observed. We jointly congratulate the Honorable Minister on his maiden speech, budget speech to the National Council of Provinces since his appointment as Minister of Water and Sanitation in August last year. We have collectively enjoyed the energy and agency which he has brought to the sector and the many engagements he has held with communities and multiple stakeholders across all 9 provinces in an effort to fully understand the issues to be addressed. Changes in national department leadership often results in a complete change of direction and priority to the detriment of the sector and local government. We are glad this has not been the case for the Department of Water and Sanitation. We believe that the challenges we face can only be resolved through collaboration, consistency, and continuity. The tragic floods in KZN have underscored the devastating effects of climate change on our infrastructure. The department has shown leadership in the response effort, and we particularly welcome the theme of building back better to ensure the resilience of our infrastructure, given increasing climate variability and climate change. Simply rebuilding infrastructure without addressing resilience means that our communities remain vulnerable to calamities such as the one we have just witnessed. We need to tackle the question as to how we are going to ensure increased infrastructure resilience going forward for both new and existing infrastructure that needs to be repaired or rebuilt. We stand ready to collaborate with all stakeholders to ensure infrastructure and service resilience and look to national government to fulfill its leadership role in providing policy and strategic direction to the sector. Honorable Chairperson, the Minister's efforts to ensure collaboration and consensus are welcomed and valued, culminating in the National Water and Sanitation Summit, which came up with resolutions on what needs to be done. As SALGA, we are fully behind these efforts and look forward to continued collaboration in implementing the resolution. We are very pleased that the department is in the process of establishing the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which will free up the department to focus on policy, planning, regulation, price setting, and providing support to our water services authorities and water providers. We would welcome a business case on how the agency will be financially sustainable and the impact on municipalities, and look forward to further engagements on the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency bill before it gets to Parliament. Honorable Chair, we note that earlier this month, the department officially launched the 24 billion Olympus River Water Resources Development Project to fast-track water delivery to communities and mines in the Sikukuni and Mokalakwena municipalities in Limpopo by 2028. Is this project limited to water resource management, or is it also distributing water directly to mines and communities? We need to ensure that the project is not usurping the constitutional authority of the municipalities concerned, and thus invite the department to engage SALGA and the affected municipalities to ensure that the correct processes and mechanisms are put in place for water services provision. Groundwater is a vital part of the water mix that must be responsibly utilized, and strengthening regulation is both necessary and urgent. We are also encouraged to hear that the department is taking steps to improve the issuing of water use licenses through a comprehensive improvement plan. Such a plan needs to ensure that the reserves are determined throughout the country and that the department establishes the necessary catchment management agencies. Honorable Chair, efforts to improve the governance and operational performance of water boards is particularly welcomed, since water boards play a strategic role in providing bulk water to municipalities, and their bulk water tariffs directly impact on the affordability of water services. We undertook as SALGA a thorough assessment of the proposed tariffs received from water boards and held consultation sessions across municipalities, as well as joint sessions with the department and the National Treasury to find a balance between the bulk water tariff increases that ensures that the water board's financial sustainability and ensure affordability to municipalities, particularly affordability to the end user. This brings me to the debt owed by municipalities, water boards, which is a matter of grave concern. I would like to use this opportunity, Honorable Chair, to share with your August House that SALGA is working with the Department of Water and Sanitation, the National Treasury, COCTA, and all the water boards within a structure called the Multidisciplinary Revenue Committee for Water to find solutions to the debt problem. If municipalities are not financially sustainable, the sustainability of all institutions in the value chain, including water boards, are negatively impacted. Thus, we are taking a holistic approach which addresses all the dependencies that are integral to effective municipal revenue management. The aim is to stop the increasing debt owed to municipalities, water boards, and water trading entities. We can only achieve this through a full understanding of the structural and systemic issues underlying the debt, which we need to do thorough deep dive assessments as SALGA collaborating with all of the stakeholders. Such assessments include cost of supply studies, infrastructure and operational assessments, and water services governance assessment. The assessments will give a better understanding of the state of water services function and what must be done in the short, in the medium, and in the long term to ensure sustainability. Working closely with the department and other key stakeholders, we believe we can get program takes a similar approach to the strategies the Water Multidisciplinary Revenue Committee has developed. However, we would like to work with the department to develop concrete support plans for municipalities with clear targets, roles, and responsibilities, including accountability for actions and results. Honorable Chairperson, for many years we have lamented on the absence of a dedicated intergovernmental platform for the water services sector. Whilst other sectors have min-max, the water services sector lacks such a platform where we can take resolutions, monitor performance, and hold the various stakeholders to account. SALGA prepared terms of reference for a water services task force and interministerial committee for water, where local government can come together with the relevant ministers to speedily resolve challenges and problems and take decisions. We would like to engage further on this so that this structure can be set up as a matter of agency. Within the sector, there is much talk about professionalizing water services, yet there is no strategy as to what this means in practice. Further, there have been discussions concerning powers and functions for water services between the district and the local municipalities. If our service provision arrangements are failing to provide the vital water and sanitation services to our communities, we need to urgently find workable and sustainable alternatives. This should be part of the department's Section 154 obligation and be part of the department's annual performance plan with sufficient budget to support municipalities in reviewing their service provider mechanisms and identify more sustainable
As you conclude.
Where necessary. I am concluding, Honorable Chair. Whilst the support, in conclusion, it's only one paragraph, Honorable Chair, if you allow me. While we support and affirm the department's mandate to monitor and enforce compliance, the role of the department in supporting and providing capacity building for municipalities needs to be strengthened. How should this be achieved? A sector-wide collaboration approach, similar to the Masibambane program launched in the year 2000, in an approach which achieved excellent results and is perhaps an item for discussion at the Water Interministerial Committee. SALGA would willingly throw its weight behind such an initiative to ensure full participation in all our members and maximize results, particularly strengthening institutional resilience. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we appreciate the honest posture by the department, where challenges are openly identified and plans are being put in place to resolve critical issues urgently. We look forward to collaborating and working with the department to implement the resolution. We further look forward for formal engagement on taking water services improvement programs forward. As SALGA, we would push for the support.
Thank you, Councillor Noem.
Very much.
Thank you, Councillor Num. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Chair, the Minister has said it today, Ms. Mtuno. Water is a right. Water is life. Now, the Minister in his remarks gave a good indication that he understands the problems. The question remains, though, as to whether he has the solutions. As we leave a legacy of spoiled water resources to the generations that follow, we should be mortified that our gift to our children and grandchildren is to take away this life from them, or at least to complicate it unnecessarily. The Vaal situation, as most members in this House know, is very close to my heart and my home. The inability of the Mfuleni municipality and of the Gauteng province, under whose administration Mfuleni has fallen for the last 4.5 years, the inability from them to deal with the situation is causing untreated sewage to flow unchecked into our drinking water. It is ironic that MEC Maile was here today, although he left as soon as he'd finished speaking. But he's talking out of the other side of his mouth. We know he's on the campaign trail, but one would have really expected him to try and make a better impression today. Maybe dress appropriately, read his speech before he arrived and prepared properly. The National Department, though, had to intervene in Mfuleni in the Vaal situation and even roped in the army to help. The situation on the ground shows no improvement. Mr. Maile was quick today to list the players that need to act, but he forgot that he is personally accountable through the Section 139 intervention in Mfuleni, which speaks specifically to infrastructure and service delivery. This budget that we're considering today offers some commitment in Programme 2, albeit insufficient and probably more focused on the medium-term expenditure. But experience has taught us not mere caution, but downright distrust. The warning, Honourable Chair, is that there are many other sewage reticulation networks and wastewater treatment facilities in South Africa that are at a similar state of collapse. The Northern Cape's lake of sewage is being just one example. The return of the Green Drop report is welcomed. Well done, Minister. Let's use it as a tool to change our planning and prioritization urgently. Business as usual cannot be accepted in this department, and a total rethink of the construction of this budget, the KPAs and the KPIs is needed. As Honourable Sileku noted, you've got a new plan, but have you updated all of your measurements? Because that is what the technocrats and administrations respond to. It is now common cause that when Minister Nomvula Mokonyane was in charge, she pillaged the War on Leaks program as part of the state capture project. The result of this is the current situation where municipalities across the country lose as much water as they charge for. Even Honourable De Bruyn could quote a statistic on this. In a water-scarce country, this cannot be accepted. Again, review the KPIs and measure the right outputs, Minister. Pass the targets down the chain as well to water boards and municipalities. Teach them how if necessary, and get your staff to spend more time in the field rather than in their air-conditioned offices. Get them out there to be seeing, teaching, upskilling, and fixing. Tiniest interventions need to be made in places like Ugu Municipality and Nelson Mandela Bay. Honourable Visser listed numerous other ones as well. Our people cannot be left without safe drinking water. The current overspending on staff costs cannot continue, as has been signalled in the medium-term expenditure framework, and the expenditure needs to start showing better results. The water boards around the country are wobbling and showing signs of distress, some through poor collections from municipalities, as Councillor Num mentioned, but most from poor policy and even worse management. The time for appointing friends to cushy board positions is over. I was horrified to hear Councillor Num talking about professionalisation of water services as if it's something new. It should never have been in the situation it's in. Minister, you need technically skilled people to head the institutions that provide us with this constitutionally prioritised resource. This is not impossible, given the budget before us, but it will take political will. Programme 3 needs a substantial overhaul in terms of measurements and consequences. Now, Honourable Dovu's inputs today gave me pause for thought, not so much on the content that he delivered, but more on the fact that bundling COGTA and water and sanitation in the same cluster is perhaps convenient, but it makes little sense when one considers the NCOP's role. The importance of these two departments to our provinces and municipalities make them deserve much better focus. Perhaps, Chair, our clustering should be reviewed. Mr. Zandamela correctly spoke about the new technology in water management. We don't see this from the department, nor in the indications or intention shown in the budget. And they say that an elephant never forgets, but MEC Ndlovu forgot that Mpumalanga has a terrible backlog of bulk supply when he praised the department today. MEC, it is your maiden speech, but next time please represent your province and not just your party. Demand better from the department. Councillor Numan Salga, I'm pleased that you raised the issue of the unaffordable increases that have been forced down by water boards, increasing by more than the equitable share and reducing the capacity for service delivery and eating into the limited funds that are available for maintenance is so desperately needed for the war on leaks. As I conclude, Chair, Honourable Sheikh and Honourable Mkhadzi both invoked Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi in their speeches. Now, Gandhi's comments remind us that this resource belongs to our descendants. Both of these leaders would be horrified to see the state of our water and sanitation in South Africa in 2022. The vote proposes in this year's budget, the purpose in this budget states that the department must, and I quote from the budget, ensure the availability of water resources to facilitate equitable and sustainable socio-economic development and ensure universal access to water and sanitation. Deputy Minister, heed your own comments that you quoted from Gandhi. And to this vision that I've just read out now, you need to get the Minister to add the words now and into the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. I'll now invite Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to your good self, the Chairperson, Deputy Chair, Minister, and Deputy, and all members present in the House. Honorable Chairperson, water is a finite resource and we should use it efficiently and effectively in our drive to resolving the triple challenges of persistent poverty, widening inequalities, and massive unemployment in our country. The African National Congress in the National Council of Provinces welcomes and supports the budget vote number 1 as presented by Minister Mthunu. Access to sufficient and quality drinking water and water for domestic use is a constitutional right which our government should provide in an accessible, sustainable, and sufficient manner. There are 2 pieces of legislation which give effect to the right to sufficient water. The National Services Act number 108 of 1997 and the National Water Act number 36 of 1998. The National Service Act provides mechanisms to ensure that every citizen in the country has access to safe or clean drinking water and adequate sanitation. And most importantly, the National Service Act is a mechanism to regulate the consumption of water by households to further ensure that this consumption is done in a sustainable manner. The National Water Act, on the other hand, was enacted to regulate the licensing of water for commercial use, both the agricultural and industrial sectors of our economy. Just like the National Service Act, the National Water Act regulates the sustainability of water consumption by the 2 sectors to ensure that water is available for future generations. Honorable Chairperson, the biggest consumer of water in our country is the agricultural sector, which constitutes 67% of the total water consumption in the country. Followed by domestic consumption, such as drinking water and for cleaning, cooking and washing, etc., with 15% of the water, while the manufacturing contributes 5% and 3% for mining operations. Honorable Chairperson, we must use the limited water as an important economic resource for the socio-economic development of our societies. William Stafford and Christy Fasser, authors of the Steering Towards a Green Economy, a reference guide published by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, states that the agricultural sector is a fundamental, yet often undervalued, component of the economy. Agriculture is well placed to contribute a green economy, as it can significantly contribute to alleviating many of the social, economic, and ecological challenges that the world currently faces. These challenges include the need to feed a rapidly expanding population, the risk of climate change, and meeting energy needs in the face of dwindling reserves of fossil fuels. In other words, the agricultural sector has the capacity to create the much needed jobs, produce more food to alleviate poverty and address extreme inequalities in our society. In doing so, it is expected that measures and actions such as incentivizing those farmers whose catchment management areas use resources efficiently, but at the same time developing capacity to store water. For those that do not comply with water conservation measures, we should be incentives in the form of taxes, fines, and levies. Another measure identified by the authors is for actors in the agricultural sector in adopting contour farming to increase the availability of water, but also by establishing on-farm water resources conservation areas. Honorable Chairperson, history tells us that many times our government ignores research reports that they commissioned. Honorable Chairperson, the legislation is clear on how to transform the water accessibility and ownership patterns in our country. Unfortunately, 28 years later, water rights ownership access is still characteristics of the ownership patterns under the apartheid government. Water right access needs a radical transformation program. Rebecca Peter and Philip Woodhouse argue that white commercial farmers have been able to maintain their dominance in water use through exploiting their experience of water management and their ability to use legal and financial service to their advantage. Honorable Chairperson, we note the strides of the Department of Water and Sanitation to transform access to water rights when it is used as secular in 2018, where it determined that water use entitlements could not be transferred from one user to other, as this will disadvantage those who have been excluded as a result of apartheid policies. We have further noted that the matter was taken to the High Court and ruled in favor of the department. However, Agri SA took the matter to the Supreme Court of Appeal, where it ruled in their favor. We wish to recommend that the department to consider take up the matter to the Apex Court, that is the Constitutional Court. This is a matter of national importance in our transformation agenda in the water sector. Honorable Chairperson, water governance institutions derive their existence from the Water Service Act 108 of 1997, which sets out the legislative framework to give effect to the constitutional right to access water. The water boards are organs of state responsible for managing and regulating the access and delivery of water services in the country. In her address to the 7th Annual Water Stewardship Conference, the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, the Honorable Dikeledi Makatsi, said that we require strong water governance that could stand the test of time. We require strong systems and institutions to drive effective water resources management and expand access to water and sanitation services. She also said we require good water governance that will allow sustainable, good quality supply that in turn will give us an upper hand in case of any future pandemic. There is a recognition by our government that there are serious water governance failures that need to be attended to in order to ensure that there is a constant water supply for both households and for businesses. Minister Mkhunu, during his budget speech last week, committed his department that it will ensure that people will, with the requisite skills, experience and qualifications will be appointed in the various water boards, which have experienced governance challenges like the Amatola Water Board, while the Sidibeng Water Board is being de-established. Honorable Chairperson, President Cyril Ramaphosa in his State of the Nation address in February this year made a commitment that the process for approving water use license applications will be fast-tracked and that the approval process will be done within a 90 days period. Our democratic government had in 2007 issued regulations on financial assistance to resource-poor farmers. Our government had identified 5 packages as forms of grants to assist resource-poor farmers. As you conclude. The first grant is for capital costs for bulk water distribution infrastructure. This grant is mainly for construction or upgrading of communal storage. The second grant is for the resource poor for use aid of operations and maintenance of water resource management and deprivation. In conclusion, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, we call upon the Department of Water and Sanitation to ensure the transformation of the water sector. We believe that water is an important economic resource for the socio-economic development of our country for ravages of the global pandemic of coronavirus. Transformation and socio-economic development are the task of the moment of our government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Macingwane, to conclude the budget vote debate. Honorable Macingwane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs. I see you have a rejuvenation program. Thank you very much. Firstly, I would want to assure this House that we are up to a very strong fight and will win the fight on the challenges of corruption. There's no doubt about that. We will overcome it and we will normalize the department and we will clean it out. Secondly, the issue of vacancies, where we have put a lot of emphasis. We now have a DG fully employed, CFO fully employed, corporate services DDG fully employed. We now have water services DDG fully employed. We now have DDG compliance and enforcement, where licenses are fully employed. Now, these are vacancies that were not on which people were acting on. This is upfront that we want accountability. Every branch in our department must be accounted for by substantially appointed people as it is. And we will do more. The issue of leaks, the issue of buckets, the issue of pollution are a worry. And members of the NCOP representing provinces are more than right, more than correct on this matter, and we will be addressing them. And I note the issues from the VAL. we are up to making progress in the Val, as one newspaper noted last weekend, which we were happy with. And finally, we hit the call on a structure that will be representative, just focusing on water. We are aiming at calling such before end of July, a kind of a ministerial water and sanitation council, even if it's not a MINMEC. But in the summit, it was fully recognized that we are at a disadvantage if we don't meet and liaise and wait for summits. At this point in time, Chair, we thank you very much, and we thank all the members, honorable members of the NCOP, for the kind of comments that they made, very constructive, very empowering on us, and we are looking forward to working more together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Makingwane. Thank you, Deputy Ministers. Thank you, MECs from our respective provinces, SALGA representatives, special delegates. Thank you as we conclude the budget vote on water and sanitation. Thank you a million times, Makingwane, for availing yourself for this very important debate and your team. I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Honorable House Chairperson. Good afternoon to all. We will now proceed to the second order. The policy debate on Budget Vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Appropriation Bill B7 2022, Section 77. I will now call upon the Honorable Thoko Didiza, the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, to open the debate. Welcome, Minister. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Minister Skwatsha and Deputy Minister Kapa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present in this platform, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, today's budget vote debate takes place when the global environment has been experiencing shocks arising from the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has raised concerns about potential escalating food insecurity as the two countries are major exporters of grains, oilseeds, fertilizers, and crude oil products to international markets. We've seen consumer prices on the rise in some commodities, such as cooking oil, despite the good season we are having on sunflower. The grain prices, in particular wheat, is concerning, and we import over 40% to meet our local demand. Although the availability of wheat is not a big challenge, the higher price in which we source the wheat from alternative market is a concern. In order to provide for food security, we've seen countries holding stocks which otherwise they would have sold. This has raised questions, honorable members, whether as a country we should not create some temporary strategic reserve on commodities that are critical for food security. This provision is permitted within the prescripts on public stock holding of the WTO. The impact of climate change, even in our country, has heightened the need of improving our early warning systems and adaptation strategies. Our climate scientists projects that the intensity of floods and drier weather conditions across the country will increase in the future, impacting our food security. We've seen the damages on crops, in particular sugar, following the KZN floods last month. Moreover, the outbreak of brown locust in provinces such as the Eastern Cape, Free State, Northern Cape, and Western Cape provinces have once proved the importance of social partnership and agility in response mechanisms. Our provincial departments have done sterling work in educating communities on these pest and control measures, and we wish to ask them to do more as we applaud them. Our farmers have also been part of the response system. We wish to extend our appreciation to some of the private companies such as Kumba Iron Ore for their contribution in control of brown locust in Northern Cape. We will soon, together with the FAO, work on additional locust control measures for the next summer season. Madam Chairperson and honorable members, the increase of animal diseases require a strong animal health system and a better command and control in our veterinary system between national, provincial, and municipalities. Animal diseases and plant pests do not know any boundaries, and therefore swift response and better coordination from all stakeholders is a must. I wish to thank the Red Meat Industry Forum and traditional leaders of Limpopo for working with government in maintaining and controlling the foot and mouth disease, which is actually prevalent in that region as we speak. It is also very important to highlight that FMD has shown certain weaknesses in our veterinary governance system, and these includes inadequate handling facilities at community level, declining number of public veterinarians, inadequate and at times non-functional public laboratories, inadequate funding of the veterinary services by a number of provinces, shifts in focus towards prevention rather than curative animal health measures, and the weak command and control veterinary system. Last year, October, I established a task team comprising of Drs. Shadrach Mwepudi, Gideon Bruckner, Dr. Khabi Mohajani, and Professor Kesten to assist in examining our animal health situation in the country and make recommendations on what we need to do to strengthen our veterinary control measures. As I speak, I've already had an engagement on the draft report from the team, which they will finalize and soon release. I wish to extend my gratitude to these South Africans for responding to the call of duty when their country needs them most. This team is finalizing the report and we will soon share it with South Africans. Honorable members, despite these challenges, agricultural performance has affirmed the importance of the sector in our community. This owes in a large measure to the policy and regulatory environment that is in place. It also reflects the intervention made through research and innovation that ensures that our products are safe and good quality that is sought after by many consumers here at home and abroad. The resilience of the sector, even during difficult times, show that our farmers and farm workers are an important human resource that our country has had over the years. It is this resource that we want to grow in an inclusive way. The Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan that we signed last week, Thursday, is therefore a planning framework, not only with a vision of where we must go, but it has targets against which we can measure our progress and success. This social compact requires us as partners to work together in resolving difficulties that confront the sector on an ongoing basis. It builds on the programs such as the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, implemented in partnership with the Solidarity Fund, the National House of Traditional Leaders, and provincial departments, where we supported more than 100,000 households and small-scale farmers last year. Initiatives such as the National Red Meat Development Program that have created 27 animal feeding and conditioning facilities across 5 provinces will be upscaled under this master plan. The expansion of irrigation schemes and logistical infrastructure to produce and export high-value products will also be prioritized, among other things. Honorable members, any plan needs to be supported by financial and human resources in order to succeed. Together with provinces, we've been aligning our own plans in line with the master plan. Chairperson, research has shown that women living in rural areas play a significant role in supporting household food and nutrition security and improving livelihoods. I must say that the benefits of the beneficiary selection and land allocation policy will help us to address these imbalances in our respective sectors. We've also decided to focus in a programmatic way to women in agriculture as well as young people. Colleagues in the provinces, the MECs have tabled in their legislatures will help us to make our contribution as stakeholder in the success of the sector. It is an honor and privilege that I table the budget of agriculture, land reform, and rural development. The total budget is 17.3 billion. This budget reflects the allocation to the function that we perform. As honorable members know, one of the elements of our function is concurrent, which means we share it with the provinces. The main budget allocations are therefore transferred to provinces through the division of revenue. These programs are Ilima Litsima, Land Care, Comprehensive Agricultural Extension and Advisory Services, and Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program that goes mainly towards infrastructure. The other transfers go to public entities that support agricultural sector, such as the Agricultural Research Council, National Agricultural Marketing Council, and Ingonyama Trust. Honorable Chairperson and members, the value of our programs are measured by their impact on farmers, farm workers, labor tenants, and communities. Chairperson, our priorities, therefore, for this financial year will be the following, among others: improving our animal health system, opening new markets for our products while retaining existing markets, focus on farm and off-farm infrastructure, particularly rural roads, and farmer support, particularly the area of extension and advisory services. We also want to improve quality and accuracy of agricultural information and data. The comprehensive agricultural support and Litsima programs have fared well in supporting women, youth, and people with disabilities. And the target for women is 50% of supported farmers. In the 2022-23 financial year, a total of 14,705 farmers will be supported with CAS and 36,906 with Ilima Litsima. On land care, we take responsibility to restore our degraded and destroyed ecosystem across to ecologically healthy, diverse, and resilient conditions able to support economic, social, and cultural development objectives and well-being of our communities. Through our land care program, we aim to address land degradation and natural agricultural resource management. This year, our implementation will focus on the following 5 themes: field care, soil care, water care, junior care, and conservation agriculture. Chairperson, it is our view that this budget, together with the budgets presented by the MEC, will reduce inequalities through our transformation agenda to ensure efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. My colleagues, Deputy Minister Skwatsha and Tapa, will speak in detail on the areas under their delegation on land matters, as well as on rural development areas. I thank you, Chairperson, and I table vote 29 for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for a concise and to-the-point presentation of your budget speech. We are continuing and we are calling on the Honorable Tebogo Modise, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, to continue with the debate. Over to you, Honorable Modise.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Yes.
It's Honorable Nyambi. I'll stand in for Honorable Modise.
Over to you, Honorable Nyambi. Thank you very much for that correction.
Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Chair, Minister Didiza, Deputy Minister Kapa, and Deputy Minister Sikwatsha, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Chairperson, the 1955 Freedom Charter said that the land must be shared among those who work it.
Honorable Nyambi, if you don't mind, can we see you on the video? Remember, they requested that those who are speaking must be on the video, unless you've got challenges.
My video is open.
Thank you.
I don't know because I see the... Is it fine now?
I think you should continue. Because I don't know what's happening, but it's definitely not showing the full face. But I think you should continue. Thank you. There you are. Thank you.
Maybe the picture will do if there's a challenge. because of load shedding. The 1955 Freedom Charter said that the land must be shared among those who work it, and further said that farmers will be assisted with seeds and implements. The 1992 ANC Ready to Govern policy guidelines said that the ANC government will pursue increased agricultural productivity, ensured food security, and further pursue a policy of land redistribution to ensure that all South Africans have an equitable access to land. It is a well-known fact that South Africa's land reform policy has got 3 pillars as explained by Honorable Minister. That is land restitution, land distribution, and the security of land tenure. The ANC said in the 2019 elections manifesto that our land reform policy is about resisting the historical injustices of land dispossession, and it's also about the unlocking the agricultural productivity in our economy. Our land reform policy has never been about vengeance for all the historical atrocities committed against our people by colonial and apartheid regime. We have went through a process of truth and reconciliation and committed ourselves to a reconciliation program, healing of the past scares, and committed ourselves in the African National Congress to building a truly democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and united South Africa. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we have forgiven those who have committed and perpetrated what the United Nations have labeled as a crime against humanity against us. We know that many white South Africans are committed to working with us in building a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. It is important that as we seek to heal the division of the past, we need to be honest in our cooperative approach towards the resolution of the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality caused by colonialism and apartheid. We need to be frank in acknowledging that there is a persistent legacy of colonialism and apartheid that needs to address collectively by us through what the President in his State of the Nation address called for, a social compact. This needs a frank reflection. There's a difference between ourselves and the opposition parties, and this difference lies in the manner in which we reflect on our current situation. There's an inability by the opposition to be frank and helping address our current challenges. This inability is informed by this lack of frank reflection. In other circles, they will call it denialism. This is frank speaking. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, to provide the poor with land for residential and productive purposes in order to improve their livelihoods is the primary purpose of our country land redistribution program, as stated in the white paper on South Africa land policy of 1997. A frank reflection tells us that less than 4% of our total land in the country is owned by Africans. A frank reflection says white Africans own 72% of the total land in the country. This pattern of land ownership on its own is a source of poverty and inequality. As the ANC, we are convinced that the land must be redistributed to the landless for the residential and productive purposes. We reaffirm the aspiration of the Freedom Charter that land must be given to those who work it. As ANC provincial delegate, we welcome the allocation of 4.9 billion for food security, land reform, and restitution, Honorable Minister. Land restitution program, it's about ensuring the equitable redress for the historical injustice of land dispossession. The restitution program, it's carried out within a legislative framework developed in line with Section 25, Subsection 7 of our country's constitution. It is for this reason that the ANC has never advocated a policy of land grabs. In line with the provision of Section 25, Subsection 7 of our country's constitution, PZ zone communities dispossessed of their property after 19 June 2013 as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices were called upon to claim for restitution of their land to an equitable redress. There were no land grabs. We again call for our communities to resist temptation of land grabbing. We ask that you develop confidence in our constitution and the ANC commitment towards resolving the land question. We totally agree with what we have presented today, Honorable Minister. This vote allocated about 11.4 billion towards the finalization of the outstanding land claims, even though we feel that much more can still assist in dealing with the challenge facing our beloved country. The 54th National Conference of the ANC held in 2017 emphasized on the land redistribution program as one of the elements that will fast-track giving back the land to our people. Over the medium term, land redistribution and tenure reform will receive an allocation of 2.6 billion. It has been said that this allocation is not enough to assist all our farmers and more needs to be done. This country is under fiscal consolidation framework and the economy is not growing enough to increase our fiscals. This is a frank reflection. The sub-program on food security, Honorable Minister and Deputy Chairperson, and the agrarian reform will get an allocation of 6.3 billion. Gets the second biggest allocation after the restitution sub-program. There's a need for a valuable development of the agricultural sector through the creation and support of smallholder farmers. In 2018, President Ramaphosa said that the agricultural revolution should be embedded in land reform and that redistributed farms should be active in production. In order to realize the productivity of land reform, about 27 billion has been allocated over the MTEF towards the food security, land reform, and restitution. The other allocation to take note of is this budget in the 3.7 billion towards the household expenditure through grant funding for land acquisition and farmer development support, and 400 million will be transferred to the land bank, while 2.4 billion will be in the form of transfer to the municipal and provincial governments. In order to support the productive use of the land, an allocation of about 1.9 billion over the medium term has been made towards the land development and post-settlement support program. Honorable Deputy Chair, our frank reflection starts with the last performance of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development since the start of this sixth administration. We have taken note that although challenges still persist through the proactive land acquisition strategy, 170,254 hectares of land have been acquired and distributed, and of those, a total of 81,501 hectares has been distributed to women, of which we celebrate that. 44,216 hectares to youth and 489 hectares to people with disability. In respect of extension of security of tenure and labor tenants, a total of 18,864 hectares has been released to beneficiaries, and in respect of land restitution, a total of more than 185,000 hectares have been restored to their rightful owners during this reporting period, while 4.2 billion has been paid to those who opted for financial compensation, even though sometimes we've got a different view. We, as ANC, support this budget vote presented by Honorable Minister Tidiza, not because we're ANC, but because of what we'll be doing in rural areas and in our respective province and what has been presented at committee level. In conclusion, I stand on behalf of the ANC to declare our support for Budget Vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi, House Chairperson, standing in for Honorable Modise. The next, we will be calling on Honorable C.F. Beyer-Smith to continue with the debate. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Am I audible?
You are indeed, with a bit of disturbance, but yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, fellow South Africans, farmers out there, and the rural communities in South Africa. Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, I've listened to the debates now of both the Minister of Water Sanitation as well as the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And all I hear is all these talk shops, all these planning sessions, all these ideas, which is almost ready to know exactly what to do, and no actual detailed plan on how to solve our issues. So we should be concerned. The Honorable Nyambi said, that the opposition is denialist and, don't come up with clear ideas. So and are not frank. So let me quickly be frank here. The ANC must take responsibility for the mess that we are in currently. The corruption, the state capture, the cadre deployment, the cadre enrichment. If that wasn't the case, people would have actually received what they're supposed to receive by now. But Chairperson, let me go on. Chairperson, we have to stand again debating Budget Vote 29 about agriculture, land reform and rural development. Let's just take a moment and reflect on what has changed since our last debate. Farmers are still not supported by, but rather left to fend for themselves against a brown locust plague that the department consider under control. Well, Minister, to take the ostrich approach and stick your head in the sand won't make it go away. It is a very serious matter, and my colleague will, Nana will deliberate on this matter more, on the impact of this disastrous plague. The other problem farmers have to stomach is the foot and mouth disease epidemic, endemic spreading throughout the entire country as we speak, while your department is still developing plans on how to fix on the under-support laboratory services and the lack of vaccines in the country. While the private sector stands ready to take over that function, Minister, as this is now your 180-degree turn economic policy as the ANC, which we as the Democratic Alliance obviously welcomes. Minister, all this failure by your department to support our farmers is stopped by the future insecurities caused by the war in Ukraine, which has a major impact on our farmers in terms of fertilizers that we import from that region, as well as the impact on fuel prices that is skyrocketing while the ANC government pockets big time on the levy overload on fuels. All this will most definitely impact on our food security and most definitely the poorest in our country. So for those that are narrow-minded with a political agenda to undermine our farmers and make life difficult for them, think again. This will come back and bite us all. Chairperson, I read an article this week that 1 in 3 South African farmers are seriously considering whether to quit farming or to downscale their farming activities. This should concern us all and should trigger an urgent response from the department to engage farmers and convince them otherwise, as food security and jobs are on the line here. We are still in the dark about the so-called non-existing pipe dream agri-parks. I've seen some working agri-hubs though, but unfortunately that does not justify the billions of rands spent on the agri-parks initiative. And the department is very evasive on giving clear specific figures on all the money that was spent and on what it was spent. And then there's clearly no coordination, no communication between national department and the various provincial departments on agri-parks. Instead, everyone steams ahead, falling over each other's feet, implementing a chaotic plan that the other does not know about. Chairperson, I'm really concerned about the capacity of this department, and let me tell you why. Just last week, our select committee had to deal with the sectional title amendment bill and received a briefing on the bill from the department. Neither the minister nor the deputy ministers found it necessary to sit in to answer our questions. So we adjourned for a few minutes to get hold of the Deputy Minister Skwatsha. Eventually joined us and opened the presentation, wishy-washy, saying nothing, but giving it to the department to present the bill. So at the end of the presentation, he made a statement on how progressive this amendments to the bill is. So I asked him to please clarify this statement by referring to which amendments he's referring to and why in each case he says so. He then disappeared for a moment, but I persisted that he answer my questions. He then waffled non-relevance and actually exposed the fact that he never even read the bill to start off with. This must concern us, Chairperson, because if a deputy minister does not find it necessary to even read a piece of legislation that will have an impact on the department as well as South Africans, what else is lacking in this department? Chairperson, I must say the minister is taking baby steps in the right direction in terms of tenure security by prioritizing title deeds for black farmers. Just a pity it took a court case of few to help her into the right direction. But Chairperson, we are a long way away from giving economic freedom to communities living on communal and tribal land that has no title to their residential and business properties. This matter must be prioritized as we are in economic crisis and need to use all methods of stimulus for rapid economic growth and revenue generation. As I traveled through Limpopo into Baatse around Burgers Fort, I once again saw the mansions built on tribal land surrounding the town. And none of these people contribute a cent to the municipality's revenue in terms of property taxes. No wonder these kind of municipalities are unable to financially sustain themselves. Lots of these mansions are illegal miners and corrupt individuals who hide their crime fortunes in these areas as they know no one can touch their assets as it does not belong to them. Rural development will not become a reality, Chair, if we do not do massive capital investment in our basic infrastructure like roads, railway, telecommunications, and fast, reliable and stable data networks. Still, I don't see any real effort from this department to drive rural economy through growth through initiatives and collaboration with other departments and the private sector to do massive capital investment in, for example, rail networks to link all our small towns, villages, mines, farming communities, and industries. Instead, I see our entire railway network from Gauteng to Messina on the Zimbabwe border vandalized through cable theft and rail tracks being stolen. That entire network is non-operational and will cost billions to repair. But that inept Minister Stern will come tomorrow. Chairperson, but not all is doom and gloom. There is light at the end of the dark tunnel, a blue light of hope, a blue light of inspiration, a blue light of innovation, a blue light of real change. And this will become a reality in 2024 when the DA leads a new coalition government into the union buildings and put farmers and rural communities first on our agenda, a government that will create jobs and grow our economy and make South Africans.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you. We will continue with the debates, and we will now call on Honourable MEC Peters from the Eastern Cape to continue with the debate.
Good afternoon to you, Honourable Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the honourable members,
the Minister, Minister Didiza, and the Deputy Ministers, Makapa and Deputy Minister Skwacha, all ministers that are part of this session and the Deputy Ministers, all farmers that are connected to this, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister on her success in developing the Agriculture Agro-Processing Master Plan, a product of negotiations.
Sorry, Missy, unless you have a problem, can we see your video?
I have a problem with load shedding, Chairperson.
It's fine, then we continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Of negotiations between government, business, labor, and civil society organizations in the agriculture and agro-processing sector. This AAMP will help the country to sustain the sector growth of the past 2 years of 13.4% year-on-year in 2020 and 8.3% in 2021. However, the Russia-Ukraine conflict is posing a risk to food security with an increase in production costs due to imports, as this may result in most of our farmers struggling to secure inputs. We welcome the Minister's Sector Task Team led by National Research Marketing Council to monitor the impact of the conflict to our sector and guide government interventions. The AAMP is aligned to coherent to our Eastern Cape Agriculture Economic Transformation Strategy, which seeks to commercialize farming, enable Black farmers to generate income and create employment. This plan will attract investment through partnership with private sector and social partners and create much needed jobs. It will greatly contribute to the economic recovery plan. As a province, we are grateful for the division of revenue as well as transfers to provinces in the form of Letsema conditional grant, which drive our food security programs targeting subsistence farmers to produce their own food, CASP to provide much needed infrastructure to enable our farmers to acquire equipment and facilities for their farming enterprise, and CASP extension services, which will help us to increase the number of and capacity of extension officers to improve the quality of support to farmers. The province, as part of the National Sectoral Program of Action, will drive productivity and competitiveness in our district commodities, which will contribute to the economic recovery plan. The district commodity growth drive will be focused on the following corridors: citrus, deciduous, and pineapple district corridors, which will increase exports, generate foreign earnings, and create much needed jobs in the Amatole and Saraparman districts. Our farmers will be supported with infrastructure and production support to enable them to participate meaningfully in the citrus value chain. We will work with the Department of Water and Sanitation to support citrus producers to access water rights for irrigation. Honorable Chairperson, it must be acknowledged that over the past few years, Saraparman region has experienced sustained drought. We call on all stakeholders to work with government to develop long-term sustainable plans to mitigate the effects of the drought. Our citrus producing region, Saraparman to be specific, Sandys River Valley, has of late experienced labor unrest, and we appeal to all stakeholders to work together to find amicable solutions so that the industry and its employees can prosper. Furthermore, the province will increase grain production in our grain district corridor, which cut across most of our districts, including Amatole, Krisani, Jokabi, OR Tambo, and Alfonso. We will work with grain commodity partners to support grain producers to increase their area yields and links them to our agro-processing facilities of rural enterprise development hubs for processing and packaging for the markets. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, our livestock district corridor is closely aligned to grain and also includes Saraparman. In this financial year, we will provide the much needed infrastructure in the form of dipping tanks, sheep shearing sheds, stock water systems, and dam scooping. Our farmers will also be provided with superior genetic quality of animals to improve productivity of their herd. The province is joining the piloting of livestock identification traceability system. That is the backbone of livestock trade. The Eastern Cape is endowed with cannabis, and the legislative reforms are encouraging. We are driving cannabis incubation in almost all our districts, where farmers will have access to a licensed, controlled, and supervised system to grow their cannabis, store, process, and package into different products of the markets. So far, we are working in 2 incubators in OR Tambo and Amatole districts. Furthermore, our farmers will be trained and exposed to market opportunities locally and internationally. Honorable Chairperson, irrigation development is critical in improving our productivity and competitiveness. Hence, we'll be revitalizing our irrigation schemes throughout the province. We are also appealing to the private sector, development finance institutions to work with government and communities by investing in our irrigation schemes to increase production. The Eastern Cape has committed to open up procurement opportunities of government nutrition program to our black farmers. We are supporting black farmers to establish their food aggregators so that they can be able to supply required quantities and quality consistently to government institutions. We have already signed MOUs with our Provincial Department of Social Development and the South African National Defence Force. We are working with our Provincial Treasury, Department of Health and Education on the policy and prescripts that will enable the province to realize this program. Lastly, access to finance is critical to the success of the agricultural enterprises. We support the agriculture blended finance, which is targeting priority commodities. This program must be accelerated and where possible be province specific so that farmers can access funding throughout the production cycle. We also appreciate the agro-industrial fund and we hope that it will be biased towards the rural agro-processing enterprises. Honorable Chairperson, challenges facing our people and in particular farmers demand all of us, including private, in the context of district development model, so that whenever and wherever we deliver services, we make a huge impact. Let us always remember that our people expectations from the freedom that we gained through their sacrifices are too high. We must therefore be ready to sacrifice all in defense of gains of our freedom by constantly delivering services to all our people. As Nelson Mandela wrote, open quotes, real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people, close quote. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We are continuing with the debate and we will now call on the Honorable Arnold to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters reject budget vote on agriculture, land reform, and rural development. It is an uninspired budget which is out of touch with the reality of land and agricultural challenges faced by this country. Now, at the center of these challenges are uninspired efforts in understanding the key aspects of agriculture, a landscape which is in dire need of transformation and should be a priority for purposes of rural development and job creation. There exists a need to restructure the entire structure of the agrarian economy to ensure that land reform is widely redistributive and that agriculture is largely responsible for sparking growth in the country. Deputy Chairperson, the funding decrease in Program 3 and 4 will not provide for the kind of restructuring which we envision. Instead, it will negatively impact on the department's land acquisition, farmer support, infrastructure development, and rural enterprises. This is particularly worrisome to note, as despite promises made of a better life for all, South Africans, the youth in particular, continue to face significant challenges in agriculture and rural development. Young and emerging farmers could continue to face a number of challenges on their journey into the agricultural space, which limit their participation in agriculture. Only a few smallholder farmers, which is black, and what we have in the country, struggle with basic resources such as water, agricultural infrastructure, while white farmers still enjoy the benefits of apartheid, as white people still own over 70% of agricultural land in this country, while African people own a little more than 4% of the land. Now, as the EFF, we have also witnessed a dramatic decline in the number of agricultural producers over the past decade, with the dairy sector being one of the most seriously affected, with about 73% decline in the number of dairy farmers in the country. The result is that we now import basic products that we use to export as a country. Under this department, the country is constantly struggling with animal disease outbreaks. And under your watch, Minister, we are still faced with the challenges of exploitation of farm workers by white farmers with little recourse. Minister, your farmer production support units lack clear time frames to be functional, with low targets and outcomes, as they are service points where small-scale farmers and rural agriculture enterprises can access services from across all departmental programs. In principle, agriculture should provide a vehicle for rural development, as it holds tremendous potential in creating better employment opportunities for rural youth where they reside. But the youth in rural areas struggle with lack of employment prospects and are pushed to migrate to cities in search of better work opportunities. Your policies lack necessary mechanisms to address the socio-economic challenges which they aim to resolve. Programs designed to create employment opportunities for the youth amount to nothing but some short-term fixes, which do not, in the long term, do nothing and do not provide for any skills development. This department must improve on the ordered outcomes, deal with the challenges of land administration, governance, and supply chain management. There is a need for multi-departmental approaches in overcoming the barriers to youth empowerment and participation in agriculture. There is a need for institutional capacity at all spheres of government for better program implementation. We need to revisit the decision to deregulate the agricultural sector and provide subsidies for agricultural producers. For there is no agricultural economy anywhere in the world that has developed without massive state regulation and investment. State support is needed if we are to meet the demands of this generation. The state support needed for the restructured agriculture must, however, follow a massive and unrepentant program of land redistribution in this country. Now, as the EFF, we want to emphasize that we need to expropriate land without compensation to resolve the country's old question in this land question that we have in the country. That is the only viable principle upon which a thorough program of land redistribution and rural development can happen. We reject the ANC government's failure and unwillingness to radically transform the lives of the majority of the landless people in South Africa. We therefore reject this budget. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Arnold. We will continue with the debate, and we now call on the Honorable Lindwe Bibi Mama to continue with the debate.
Ngiyabonga mama ukunginikeza leli thuba lokuthi ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano yanamhlanje. Greetings to Deputy Chairperson Wena Mama, plus no Baba, Chairperson, ministers, Togo Tiza, deputies, Babu Squasha, no Mamutapa, Chairperson of the NSOP, the Sangi Mentionile, and also delegates of all provinces. It surprises me, Honorable Smith, when you say the ANC must clean up its mess, whereas the ANC is cleaning your mess that you did during apartheid regime. I'm just going to give you an example. Yoguti sugar cane is a major crop eKwaZulu Natal. Into eniyenzile nenze ukuthi niqashe abantu bazokhehla umoba. Anabafundisa ama-skills how to grow sugar cane. And you never knew ukuthi ngelinye ilanga African National Congress will take over and teach those people how to tshala umoba. Ngithi ngikutshala nje kuloo ndawo. And you must know ukuthi I'm just going to mention the few that African National Congress did. Ukuthi ominister bethu esabanikeza leminyaka. Ngizokunikeza nje example. One, handing over the siding facility in Umkhuze in support of the small scale farmers in Makhathini flats in Josini. Two, handing over title deeds and implements trucks and tractors to land claimants in Melmont. Three, the transfer of land by Transnet to the communities of Manjazini and Mbuyazi in Richards Bay. Ngithetha ngikubekele nje ukuthi okuningi ngalezo ikhathi anzange nikwenze. Kwenziwe ukhongolose njengoba sephethe manje. Ivume nje induku ukuthi ithina sihamba phambili. Chairperson, as the ANC, we have appreciated the inputs from the department regarding budget allocation. Farmer support was another major concern, with a select committee wishing to know what timelines will be for the completion and operationalization of farm production support unit, which is AgriPark. Access to market by small and emerging black farmers and producers is central to the growth and transformation of the agricultural sector. It is the direct support to our black farmers that we can be able to deal with agricultural monopolies. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, it is very important to ensure that all land reform projects are productive and they contribute to the country's food security. It has been the great concern for the African National Congress that many of the land reform projects are faced with a number of challenges. The 54th National Conference in 2017, the African National Congress reiterated the importance of democratizing the control of areas under communal land tenure, as well as evaluation and appraisal of the CPA within intention to help reconcile the right of the rural communities to own land and to foster better relations between traditional leaders and respective communities. Communities under communal land tenure are faced with a number of challenges, and this creates impediment to development and economic development and growth of these former homelands. The committee further wishes to receive details about the outcomes of the detailed department and audit of CPAs, or alternatively, the date at which time an audit will be completed. In terms of conditional grant, the committee highlighted that although it understood that there will be different allocations to provinces based on the agriculture potential, and there was still concern about the discrepancies between the allocation of some of the provinces. We would like to therefore call upon private sectors to answer the call made by the President in the spirit of a new consensus to develop a new social compact that will ensure that inclusive support of the agricultural sector, especially support aimed at small scale produce in the rural areas. Deputy Chairperson, the committee was informed that the rate at which the department planned to complete and finalize land claim settlement was based entirely on the budget of the department, which prevents a faster pace land reform at present. Chairperson, we are encouraged by the proposed establishment of the Agricultural and Reform Development Agency within the Presidency will supervise the oversee acceleration of land reform programs. We would like again to appeal to the private sector to donate land that is not under production to the state in order to realize our land form goals and alleviation poverty and landless. Chairperson, we have taken note of the deliberations on the Appropriation Bill within the National Assembly, and we hope the finalization of the Appropriation Bill will help government to equitably restitution land in all South Africans, especially those who need it for agricultural purposes. There's been, in the light of the fact that there is a greater need to create job opportunities and help grow the economy. Chairperson and honorable members, we have taken note that some of those challenges are related to issues in good governance and administration. We are encouraged by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the development of a policy of land beneficiary and land allocation. In terms of this policy, land reform beneficiaries will have to undergo skills development and training in agriculture, of which Honorable Smith never did before to think that Black people can be trained on agriculture. Now, African National Congress opened the training colleges. To this end, Honorable Chairperson, agriculture colleges play a very critical role towards the skill revolution within the sector. We are therefore encouraging by the allocation of resources for infrastructure-led projects within agricultural colleges, and with this in the creation of job opportunities. Ngakho-ke sihlalo wami engimthandayo, angingabibikho umuntu ozokhuluma kabi ngo-African National Congress ingathi akazenzi izinto zibe izinto zenzeka njengoba kade ngiyibala nje zonkana. Sibabonile bonke o-deputy bobabili bethe chithisaka kuwo wonke ama-provinces benza umsebenzi owademeshwa yinina Honorable Smith ngalezo khathi zenu zobandlululo. Ngakho-ke the African National Congress supports the budget vote 29. I thank you.
Yabonga Mama. We are continuing and we will now call on the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Rosemary Nokuzola Kapa. Over to you, Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair and Chairperson, honorable members of NCOP, our Minister, Minister Didiza, Deputy Minister Squash, chairpersons of select committees, members of our statutory boards and councils, farmer organizations and CEOs of commodity organizations, farmers and farm workers. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you this afternoon. Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, it gives me great pleasure to address this House today on the occasion of budget vote number 29 of Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The state of our rural communities is indeed a stark reminder of the oppression that once visited our people through the apartheid-era government, which was characterized by high levels of poverty, which still exist today, underdevelopment and unemployment. Rural areas continue to bear such scars of brutal system, which sought to strip Black people of their dignity through, among others, the theft of their land and livestock, and also condemned them to be a constant supplier of labor for the formal economy. Chairperson, Department of Agriculture is leading charge of bringing much needed development and support to such communities that will then achieve a sustainable economic growth in a rural space. Chairperson, COVID-19 pandemic had also a profound negative impact on these poor and marginalized communities. The pandemic, which remains a factor even today in the lives of our people, to earn a living and caused a deepening of poverty in their own rural areas. More than 50,000 subsistence farmers applied for the second phase of PS, which will bring further relief and ensure that jobs are created and those which are already existing will be sustainable. Global warming and climate change are realities that we have to address as a collective. This means the government, traditional authorities, civil society, citizens, and residents of our country need to come together. We must change our living patterns and do all we can to reduce emissions and to improve settlement plannings to actually avoid future catastrophic nature of disasters. As if the outbreak of pandemic was not enough, Deputy Chair, ladies and gentlemen, another disaster occurred, which affected largely KwaZulu-Natal, as well as Eastern Cape and Northwest. Our hearts and prayers go out to all the families who lost their loved ones during the floods in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape in April 2022. The disaster cost life, property, infrastructure, and brought pain and sadness to families, communities, and our own nation as a whole. We extend our appreciation to every person, Deputy Chair, and organizations who extended a helping hand to those affected negatively by such floods. We know that subsistence agriculture plays an important role in meeting the needs of residents in rural areas and food security. The department in its plan is to implement
a number of projects that are aimed at increasing jobs, as these jobs have been cited as being enormous. Develop skills and the provision of the infrastructure development to support rural economy transformation. The creation of jobs is critical to alleviate this poverty and improve the lives of our people. Rural roads are going to be a priority, as actually instructed by the President. The department plays a critical role in contributing to the creation of an environmental conducive for growth of the rural communities. In the 2021-22 financial year, the department completed a total of 30 infrastructure projects that support the farmer production support units. That's what has been called for. And I dare, therefore, Chair, to say this is what has been done. It's a portfolio evidence. 64 infrastructure projects were completed to support the animal health management programs. This number will increase in 2022-2023 financial year as we roll out projects to further support growth and development in rural areas. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development supports the proposed Eastern Seaport Development, a multi-nodal smart city development initiative launched in November 2021 by the President of the Republic of South Africa, Ndata Matamane Ramaphosa. This important development covers the jurisdiction of 4 district municipalities of Artambo, Ugu District Municipality, Herigwala, and Alfred Nzo in the Eastern Cape. There is also the catalytic two bridges, the longest and the highest, that cuts in the heart of Pondoland and is the N2 that shortens distance between East and rural KwaZulu-Natal. Successful consultation engagements were held during May 2022 between traditional leadership, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, COGTA, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, and affected districts, municipalities, and their traditional leaders to ensure that we will be able to work together under the district development plan. Chairperson, in the current financial year, more than 600 million has been allocated to rural infrastructure development. This allocation will be directed to infrastructure projects, including those related to the animal health management program, river valley catalytic programs, farmer producer support units, and the revitalization of rural development. It is indeed talking to what MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, who actually, Mama Peters, who actually cited such programs as well. And we are very grateful to be integrated. As our country battles the scourge of gender-based violence, women and girls in rural areas have become more and more vulnerable. They have not been spared from this despicable social ill. One could even argue that they are even more vulnerable than their counterparts who live in urban areas. This is due to the underdevelopment in their communities. And this mess has been created not by the ANC government, by the apartheid. Often it means accessing services such as law enforcement and medical facilities, even more challenging in rural areas. However, ANC will try whatever in order to ensure that they are also covered like they are other South Africans. GBV is a blight on the freedom for which so many of our comrades paid the ultimate price for that. Women and girls are not safe in their own homes. They are not safe in their own communities, among men and among fathers. This situation must change for better and must stop. The department, as a member of the National Rural Safety Forum, has contributed to the development of the Rural Safety Strategy, which aligns the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, a call to build safer communities with particular emphasis on the protection of vulnerable groups such as elderly women, children, and all rural communities. In fact, I therefore call on all societies, traditional leaders, religious leaders, political parties, law enforcement agencies, and men in our communities to come out to defend and protect the rights of women to live in freedom and safety in their own country. In his State of the National Address, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the plan to upgrade 655 kilometers of rural roads in order to help assist the farmers, including commercial farmers, so that these roads, when once rehabilitated, it will be easy access to transport their logistics, their agriculture, and therefore to the agri-markets and any agri-parks that are available. The department also employed former NARSEC youth and agricultural graduates on short-term contracts to assist farmers with the application during the implementation of the presidential economic stimulus. We'll continue, in fact, to do that, Deputy Chair. Through the district development model, more than 600 youth were trained through this Agricultural Research Council and have been supported with agricultural inputs, and they are fully participating in the development of the agriculture as a sector. It is encouraging that 610 NARSEC participants who were actually established enterprises in all 9 provinces. They all have received support and were afforded economic opportunities. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, members of NCOP, inkosi zethu nekumkani zethu, we will continue to collaborate with all social partners while we implement targeted programs and projects which will bring development and create jobs and job opportunities for rural communities. We will not rest until all frontiers of poverty have been reversed. The minister has already tabled, and therefore I endorse ANC. This is their budget. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM Papa. Thank you very much. We are continuing, and we will now call on the Honorable MRP de Bruin of the FF Plus to continue with the debate. After that, we will be handing over to Honorable Nyambi to continue presiding over this debate. Thank you, Honorable de Bruin.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Agbare Voorsitter, die president het in Februarie tydens die staatsrede die stelling gemaak dat daar groot potensiaal in landbou in Suid-Afrika is en dat hoewel voedselsekerheid steeds 'n probleem is, daar hoop is om die situasie om te draai. En ek stem saam met die president. Daar is potensiaal in ons landbou, maar om hierdie potensiaal te kan benut, moet boere kan boer, ongeag van sy veldkleur, sonder om gebuk te staan onder 'n onrealistiese beleid, begrotings en politieke magsbeheertheid. En 'n boer het ook ekonomiese sekerheid nodig om volhoubaar te kan boer en voedsel te kan voorsien. Maar hierdie is 'n punt wat die president en die departement ongelukkig miskyk en nie verstaan nie. Siektes, plaag, droogtes en vele ander ramptoestande kos die land en die boer miljarde per jaar, met bitter weinig of geen hulp en befondsing van die regering se kant af nie. Werk en Clouseer het in 2019 die ekonomie sowat 10 miljard rand gekos. En tot vandag toe is daar steeds geen daadwerklike plan of oplossing om dit te beredder. Klimaatsverandering is etlike jare reeds 'n bedreiging vir voedselsekerheid en die ekonomie. Maar die regering skrik nou eers wakker en besef die erns daarvan en wat die impak daarvan is op die ekonomie en landbou. Dit nadat jarelange waarskuwings aan die regering eenvoudig net op dowe ore geval het. Maar voorsitter, eerder as om die landbouer by te staan om hierdie aanslae te verweer, fokus die ANC eerder op politieke gewin as om voedselsekerheid en 'n gunstige ekonomiese klimaat te verseker. 20,6% of sowat 3,5 miljard rand van hierdie begroting word geallokeer vir administrasie. Dit terwyl befondsing vir rampstoestande aan die spit moet dryf. Die departement beplan ook om 'n verdere 130.000 hektar grond te bekom ten 'n koste van sowat 3 miljard rand, terwyl hy reeds die beskerm meer as 2 miljoen hektar reeds aan opkomende boere bewillig is. Dit beteken die staat sit nog met sowat 8,4 miljoen hektar grond wat gebruik kan word vir grondhervorming, maar steeds wil die staat miljarde onnodig bestee. En dis miljarde wat die boere kon bystaan om tot die potensiaal te boer waarvan die president gepraat het in sy staatsrede. Voorsitter, die departement en die regering val nie net die landbouers van Suid-Afrika nie, maar ook die ekonomie en die opkomende boere. En die agbare minister het reg gesê dat om te boer behels nie net grond nie, maar steeds word opkomende boere nie genoegsaam bemagtig met die nodige kennis om volhoubaar te kan boer nie. Dit help nie net om grond en selfs infrastruktuur en implemente te beloof, terwyl die nodige opleiding en nie aandag geniet nie. Dit bemagtig nie opkomende boere nie, voorsitter, maar eerder die teendeel. As die ANC-regering werklik die potensiaal van landbou in Suid-Afrika ten volle wil benut, sal politieke en agendas en onrealistiese begrotings verseker nie die antwoord wees nie. Bemagtig en belê eerder in ons landbouers om voedselsekerheid en ekonomiese groei te bewerkstellig. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pungane, Honorable Hatebe.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development has for a number of years let the people of our country down. We have looked for genuine means of reform and capacity building amongst farmers, rural communities and informal settlements, but have unfortunately witnessed a severe underperformance in this regard. It is quite concerning that this department has had a reduction in its financial allocation, given the importance of food, bio and job security in South Africa. We cannot say all is bad, as we welcome and note the year-on-year positive developments within the agricultural sector, but there is much more capacity that needs to be unlocked. In growing and contributing to the GDP, the line function departments and entities that now make up these departments are suffering. Land reform and the restitution of land to the people of our country has taken far too long to effect change in the lives of millions who were left destitute and disenfranchised. In fact, this department has a greater role to play given the recent floods in KZN. Many people have become displaced. Although there have been relief funds allocated to the province, there is cause for a more sustainable outlook for development of rural areas, land reform, and support for agriculture. Honorable Chairperson, the matter arising from the committee report on this budget are all noted and must be duly implemented in order to ensure that the process of land reform takes place as intended, and that the development of rural towns, villages, and communities takes center stage. We have seen some change of ownership in terms of farms to people, but then have been left to their so-called own devices, where land that was once of substantial value now lays barren. We must endeavor to continue to capacitate local communities, give them an opportunity to further engage in the economy, and reduce the level of support government provides through job and home security. In terms of agriculture, we should be mindful of the devastating effects climate change will have on this sector and its ability to feed South Africa. We must ensure that enough funds are available for climate proving our farmers and for protecting the export market of our agricultural goods. Honorable Chairperson, it is devastating to the people of our country, our forefathers, and to our beliefs that we accept and live alongside corruption, where stealing and looting of state resources has the biggest impact of our neighbor who is struggling to buy bread. We must put a swift end to this and take a no-nonsense approach to those implicated. With the above mentioned taken into consideration, the IFP supports this budget vote. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pungane. I'll now invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, the Honorable Skwatsha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Tidiza, Honorable Deputy Minister Chapa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers on the platform, MEC Peters, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or evening to you all. I would like to start with a quote by Steve Biko, and I quote him: "The blacks are tired of standing at the touchlines to witness a game that they should be playing. They want to do things for themselves and all by themselves." Honorable members, you would all have seen the participants during the public hearings on the proposed amendments to Section 25. Land expropriation without compensation, expressing this desire to see change. It is now a matter of record that the proposed amendment did not make it through. Our late leader forewarned us when he said these words: "We need to work out common solutions to matters of national importance." Although the amendment to Section 25 was not successful, we still believe and are definitely sure that we are busy with other legislative provisions which, once strengthened, should fulfill the wishes of the majority of our people. The point really, Chair, is this is an issue that cannot be delayed. Honorable Chairperson, I want to highlight to the NCOP some of our key programs as a department. I want to start with land redistribution. On land acquisition, to achieve the goal of equitable access to land, as enshrined in the Constitution, our department acquires and allocates land under the Land Redistribution Program. In 2020-2021 financial year, we've reported that we acquired 22,000 hectares of land. We've improved our acquisition by over 100% from our previous financial year by acquiring just over 55,000 hectares of land through the proactive land acquisition strategy. This achievement is spread across all the provinces, with the Northwest province dominating. The breakdown of land redistributed per province is as follows. In the Eastern Cape, 1,546 hectares, Free State 862, Gauteng 136, KwaZulu-Natal 7,953, Limpopo 2,399, Mpumalanga 1,513, Northwest 32,251, Northern Cape 8,575. Western Cape is work in progress. In the current financial year, a budget of 366 million has been set aside for land redistribution so that we can acquire an extent of 35,182 hectares. This amount will be allocated per province as follows. Eastern Cape will be 33,972, Free State 45,630, Gauteng 34,600, KZN 61,454, Limpopo 41,500, Mpumalanga 65,547, Northwest 42,900, Northern Cape 5,985, Western Cape will be 35,174. On land allocation, our national policy for beneficiary selection and land allocation continues to ensure land is allocated to target the vulnerable members of society and also young people and women. We'll continue to target these areas where there are huge land disparities, especially in the communal, peri-urban and rural areas. On the rapid release of state land to enhance land reform, in support of this initiative to release the underutilized and vacant state land, our department allocated 679,943 hectares of 700,000 hectares of agricultural land to various farmers, cooperatives, entities, communities, including vulnerable groups like farm dwellers and labor tenants. The department will continue to provide support to these farmers with extension services that are inclusive of technical and infrastructure support. The breakdown per province is as follows. Eastern Cape, 75,819, Free State, 6,407, Gauteng, 929, KwaZulu-Natal, 6,945, Limpopo, 119,954, Mpumalanga, 49,069, Northwest, 353,423, Northern Cape, 67,397. On tenure reform, we've set aside a budget of 217 million for the acquisition of land to address security of tenure. In this regard, the department intends to acquire 5,000 hectares of land in the current financial year. On the CPAs, the department recognizes the challenges we face on this particular matter. Last year, we said that we will audit CPAs over a 2-year period. This current financial year, 2022-23, is the second year on that particular work. In the past financial year, we supported 581 CPAs against our target of 577. And we will further train 585 members on governance of these CPAs in the current financial year. Although we overachieved in terms of the target set, we remain uneasy about the performance of CPAs. There is a lot of conflict amongst them, and in many instances, executives do not service particular constituencies. Having said that, there are those success stories. What we would like to say to the NCOP, perhaps it is time for all of us to take stock of the CPAs and discuss whether these are necessarily the best vehicle for holding land that has to be restituted or redistributed amongst our people. On farm dwellers, the department will prioritize ESTA awareness campaigns to create awareness and curb illegal farm evictions. We will also provide legal representation to farm dwellers through Legal Aid South Africa. On the 26th March 2022, I was in Belfast, Mpumalanga, where we handed over 35 housing units to farm dwellers and labor tenants. These beneficiaries have been living in mud houses all along and are now staying in proper brick houses. On communal tenure reform, the department, together with the Department of Justice and COGTA, have been working very hard to facilitate and shape a tenure reform for our country. I can safely announce to this House that over the past year, we've worked hard on this. And on the 27th and 28th of May, next week, we will be holding the customary land summit for a discussion amongst all of us on this. We would like to thank in this regard the leadership of the Deputy President and our minister and the Minister of COGTA and the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services for the guidance they had given in this regard. On restitution, notwithstanding the challenges presented by COVID-19 virus and the attendant state of disaster regulations, the Commission was able to achieve and exceed its 2021-22 annual performance targets, achieving 103% on the settlement of land claims and 106% on the target of finalizing land claims. We congratulate the beneficiaries who recently resettled in District 6. All stakeholders came to the party. The Portfolio Committee, the IMC on land, the City of Cape Town, our department. On the 6th of May 2022, more beneficiaries returned to where they were forcibly removed by the apartheid system. More beneficiaries will be moving in as we speak. On land restoration in environmentally sensitive areas, 2 KwaZulu-Natal communities being Okuko and Mlaba Klimba received title deeds to portions of Umfolozi Nature Reserve. Okuko community was restored 135.05 hectares, while Mlaba Klimba received 113 to 15 hectares in this regard. We have also strengthened our work in the Office of the Valuer General. One of the issues that our minister targeted, as she indicated last year, was in strengthening and making sure that the work of the OVG is facilitated, empower and beef up that particular office. As we can now see, that office is functioning optimally. Of course, people are more interested in making sure that their turnaround time is very, very short. In conclusion, I want to conclude again by sharing this quote from the January 8th statement of the governing party. Our mission has always been to serve the people of this great nation and to ensure that a better life for all steadily but surely becomes a lived reality. 2022 January 8th statement. Let us not leave anyone behind. I therefore want to support the minister and the deputy minister. I don't want to say this is a mess created by the apartheid system, not by we are cleaning up a mess not created by us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'll now invite Honorable Nana.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament. In the early 1980s, as we grew up in my family, our late grandmother, Umamkwati Ntombi, who was illiterate and did not know the date of birth.
Honorable members.
But she knew she was. Please check my time, Honorable.
Sorry, Honorable Nana, I was protecting you. You are highly protected. Honorable members, let us not disrupt, please. Let's allow Honorable Nana.
Can I start over again?
Yes, I'll assist with the time. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament, in the early 1980s, as we grew up in my family, our late grandmother, Ntombi Amakwati, who was illiterate and did not know her date of birth, but she knew she was born before the Great Plague, is there to a school. During evenings, she would either tell us folk tales in Somi or stories about the Great Plague or the plagues of locusts, is there to Senkumbi. It now turns out the Great Plague was the great influenza epidemic, also known as the Spanish influenza of 1918 to 1920, in the 1930s locust plague, all leaving behind unimaginable destruction of human lives and plowing fields, respectively. As I think back of those days, all of us sitting in front of Cardinal, it never occurred in my mind that I will, in my lifetime, live to witness similar events unfolding in front of my eyes. Honorable Minister, Northern Cape, Western Cape, and parts of Eastern Cape are at war against millions of locusts who leave destruction in their path. It is reported that in some cases, the swarms were as big as 10,000 rugby fields, which equals to 5,000 hectares of land. I am surprised that the MEC for Agriculture in the Eastern Cape saw it fit today to mention the crisis that our province is facing. Needless to mention that this probably reflects on the MEC's performance when it comes to this crisis. I will deal with that performance at a later stage. Farmers and communities in Raymond Mhlaba, Makana, in Nubaya Temba, and Sundays River, to mention just a few, and most municipalities in the Karoo are being outnumbered and lesser resourced to put up a decent resistance against the brown locust. The Daily Maverick of the 15th of March 2022 so accurately captured a story which was headlined, and I quote, "SA farmers battle to control locust swarms of biblical proportions," close quote. Me, myself, Honorable House Chairperson, I have on 2 occasions drove through these swarms of locusts. I can only sum up my experience, and I quote, I have never seen anything like this before. I only saw destruction. Honorable members, who are fast approaching winter. Locusts have destroyed lots of grazing land in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and the Western Cape. As we know, no good rains are expected in the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape during winter. And stock farmers will find it difficult and expensive to adequately feed their livestock. Yes, the department and the organizations such as Agri-SA have come to the party and helped in preying the swarms, and such efforts should be applauded. However, it is worrisome that it appears this plague caught us less prepared despite warning signs. Experts argue this plague was expected in the Karoo Belt because after 4+ years of drought, good rains in November 2021, an outbreak was a logical next occurrence and should have been anticipated. While signs were there for all to see, the department chose to sit on its hands and hoped that hope will turn to a plan. Honorable Veli Okambu, who's a member of this House, was last year on countless occasions ringing alarm bells about this outbreak at its early stages, as far back as 2021. As expected, he was dismissed as being alarmist, and apparently all was in control, and his pleas fell on deaf ears. But what is more alarming, honorable members, is the snail pace at which the department reacted to a vividly clear state of disaster erupting right under their watch. The development stages of a locust begin as an egg. It goes on to become a hopper and an adult. I'm the first one to concede it is difficult to spot these eggs, but it is not so difficult to spot them when they grow wings. It is not so difficult to spot them before they grow wings. And that is the best time to control locusts. To prove that the department slept on the job, when resources were mobilized, it was discovered that in fact, we did not have a sufficient stock in the country. According to the Daily Maverick, Christoph Vermeulen, who was contracted by the department to do spraying, he described the situation as the biggest, I quote, as the biggest challenge, and the biggest challenge was getting supplies of the poison. We do have poison on a Tuesday, but there is no poison on a Wednesday, close quote. Service providers were made to work with substandard PPEs, exposing themselves to the deadly poison. They went for weeks unpaid, and they simply stopped working whilst the locusts were fast multiplying. The deadly patch of these insects should be recorded because it is now infested with millions of eggs in wait for yet another suitable condition to hatch. The department should read the signs, listen to voices such as that of Honorable Ukans, and plan better because we live in hope, but hope is not a plan. Honorable members, I am not surprised that MEC Peters did not mention a word about the crisis of locusts in the Eastern Cape. Because quite frankly, Honorable Nyambi, because I will be frank, it sums up her performance when it comes to this plague. She is reported to have told the media that part of what she did as the MEC when this plague was raised, she issued an alert. That was never enough, MEC. She ran awareness campaigns. We don't need awareness campaigns, MEC. We can see locusts in front of our eyes. We need a plan to deal with them and deal with them in the future. Honorable MEC boldly proclaimed that they are busy training extension officers in management of the locust. Wow. Only now, MEC, really? How on earth can you train your soldiers to go into a middle of war and expect success? Honorable Arnold of the EFF, you started very well. You said, we have witnessed the decline in the farming industry, but the biggest question is whom to blame? And the answer resides with you. It is you who are chasing farmers away from farming because of your land policy. Nobody else. Don't lie. Now that chickens are coming home to roost, you want to blame everybody else except yourself. Poo-poo has now hit the fan, and Honorable Arnolds, you want to shift the blame. It is your problem as the EFF. Honorable Nyambi, you asked us to be frank. Me and you serve in a number of committees in the NCOP. You know, as the DA, we pride ourselves in being frank and say things as they are. But guess what? Every time we're being frank with you, you shut us down with your majority. Who is in denial between me and you in this house? Surely it's you. It's you. Not any member of the DA. Mamu Bibi, out of respect, you know I love you very much. Out of respect, I thought I shouldn't respond to you. But I think because we have spoken in your language, which is your right, it is my responsibility to defend Honorable Smith. You said in your contributions that the ANC is opening agricultural colleges. Please show us one. You had 15 minutes, enough time to tell us. Which of those colleges are you opening? Because back in the Eastern Cape, high schools that are specializing in agriculture are being closed or are being shifted. Thank you very much.
Jola, I've even given you the 2 minutes extra, Honorable Jola.
Thank you very much.
Chocolate.
You were disrupted.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that disruption. I now invite Honorable Nsube. Honorable Nsube, it's our next speaker.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson of the Council, the Chief Whip of the Council, the Minister and Deputy Minister, all the MECs present and permanent delegates. The goal of the ANC is to create a national democratic society, and this constitutes the ideal that state we aspire to as the ANC and the mass democratic movement. As the ANC, we believe that the national democratic society should be founded on thriving economy, and the structure of it should reflect the majority of our people. It should be, the ANC teaches us an economy in which cutting-edge technology, labor, absorbing industrial development, and thriving small businesses and cooperative sector, utilization of information and communication technologies, and efficient forms of production and management all combined to ensure national prosperity. The progress and prosperity of any nation is based on the productivity of its people as its greatest resource. Colonialism has created an unstable and unsustainable society that was never based on the will of the majority, and as a result, it collapsed. It was never the intention of the apartheid regime to develop and enhance the productive capabilities of the African majority in this country. The creation of former Bantustan was never meant to uplift the living standards of our people. They were created in furtherance of colonialism and a system of capitalist exploitation of Africans as a near cheap labor. The legacy of apartheid is the legacy of underdevelopment for the black majority in this country, and the legacy of development for South African white population. By giving birth to a new democratic South Africa, as a commitment was made to ensure that the skewed patterns of development were not only unsustainable, but inhumane. Since the last 28 years ago, the government led by the ANC has developed a number of progressive pieces of legislation aimed at addressing the historical injustices of land dispossession under colonial and apartheid. Honorable House Chairperson, the prosperity of this country depends on our ability to transform our poor rural landscape. Most of the rural areas in this country are poor and lacking the kind of infrastructure to stimulate the rural economy. Since the advent of democracy, a lot of progress has been achieved towards the development of our rural areas, such as building houses, electrification, and water supply, and all these are important achievements towards the unleashing of our people's productive capabilities. In order to unleash the productive capacity of the rural economies, there is a need to ensure that adequate support is given to the rural areas with a potential for growth and job creation. Most rural areas have a great potential for agriculture, productivity, and to unlock this productive capacity. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is a program that facilitates rural development strategies for socio-economic growth with an ultimate goal for an integrated and inclusive rural economy. There is a clear commitment by the department towards the rural development, and this can be witnessed in the department commitment towards infrastructure-led projects. Whereas the ANC sees this vote budget 29 as the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development as a progressive towards ensuring development of a rural landscape. The vote will ensure the completion of about 69 rural infrastructure projects meant to support rural economic transformation. Honorable members, over 200 billion of the biggest allocation under rural development program has been budgeted for rural infrastructure development over the MTF period for the 2022 and 2023 of the total about more than 600 million has been allocated for investment in infrastructure development. The department has indicated that over the MTF period, concentration on key infrastructure will be on rural roads in agriculture producing areas, fencing, dipping facilities, livestock handling. Without infrastructural support of our rural areas, will not be able to realize the agricultural productivity. The construction of roads ensures that there are market linkages between the rural areas and the urban centers. This can lead to a creation of value and supply chain industries that will create job opportunities for the unemployed people in these former Bantustans, most of whom are women and youth and the people living with disabilities. The investment in rural infrastructure in line with the economic reconstruction and the Cravey plan can help to ensure that the agricultural sector creates the much anticipated million job opportunities as per the National Development Plan. The National Rural Youth Services Corps is youth skills development and employment program with the aim to provide social, organization, youth development and economic upliftment. Over the medium-term expenditure framework has been allocated about more than 300 million and about more than 129 million has been allocated for the 2022 and 2023 financial year. Honorable House Chairperson, as the ANC believe that rural development should include the promotion of technology and research development, and we welcome the allocation of about 56,577,000 over the MTF. Investment in the new technology and research development directed towards helping rural scale farmers to create new varieties of agricultural products can improve the market entry into agricultural sector. This investment in technology and research development can and should increase in order to rapidly realize our rural development objectives. This is important in order to ensure that young people in the rural areas get attracted to the farming and agriculture, especially the opportunities to be found in agro-processing. This can be done through adoption of district development model. We would like to reiterate that the rural development cannot be achieved by government working alone. There is a need for increased attraction of direct foreign investment to improve rural infrastructure, especially agricultural infrastructure. Improved rural agriculture competitiveness can be attached through skills development and innovation. Improved productivity, industrial infrastructure development using the district development model. We enter this budget vote conscious of the fact that government has presented to our country economy reconstruction and the recovery plan. And within the plan of government, agriculture is seen as one of the sectors that can create much needed job opportunities, especially for low and semi-skilled workers in the rural areas. Given the fact that agriculture remains one of the most important sectors of the economy, not only for food security, but also for the creation of job opportunities, investment in improvement of rural infrastructure is welcome in this vote number 29, and it is seen as one of the positive steps towards the realization of an effective agrarian reform and rural development program. Honorable House Chairperson, in conclusion, access to water and electricity by rural farming communities is very essential for the desired growth and development of the agricultural sector. The infrastructure-led investment in agriculture must be directed towards the construction of water dams and water harvesting initiatives in order to create a sustainable irrigation system for improved rural agricultural activity. In order to realize an inclusive agricultural economy, government needs to support rural farmers and help create sustainable rural agribusiness. Through improved intergovernmental relations, ensure that there are adequate support to ensure that small-scale farmers are provided with the necessary information to help them prepare and deal with the effects of climate change and its impact of the production. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nsube. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Honorable Titiza. Honorable Titiza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I would like to thank all members for their participation in this debate. We acknowledge the contributions that they've made, which were helpful in order for all of us to appreciate where we need to improve, particularly in the manner in which we deliver our services to the people. I would like to thank Honorable Nyambi for your intervention, because indeed you raise critical issues of addressing the land inequality in our country. As you would appreciate, The formation of the African National Congress in 1912 was precisely in response of land dispossession that was finally put in law in 1913 when the Land Act was actually promulgated. We are correct to call on us as government to ensure that we continue to address this matter until land equality is realized. Honorable Squatter indicated what we are doing in that regard, including the budget requirements. I've noted members saying there are concerns, including yourself, about the declining budget allocation towards this program. We are, as government, as you know, concerned that it's important that we address the issue of land equality, not only for agricultural purposes, but also for human settlement. It is for this reason that Minister Delil and myself have actually released a number of state land, both towards agricultural development through allocation of 700,000 hectares, as well as 14,000 pieces of land that Minister Delil released for human settlement. These are part of the contributions that government is making precisely to address that issue. The land donations policy that was adopted by government creates an enabling environment for those South Africans who would like to donate land in order to support land reform, and we'll call a number of our South Africans to do so. As much as the state continue to acquire land, we also need South Africans to appreciate that this is not only the problem of government, but the problem of all of us as South Africans. I also want to indicate, Chairperson, that some of the means that government is undertaking through the expropriation, the amendment of Expropriation Act of 1975 to provide for expropriation in the public interest is another indication of government seriousness on land reform. This legislation, as it is in Parliament now in the committee, also provides for expropriation without compensation. Honorable members, I want to also say the issues that you have raised, particularly Honorable Nyambi and others, about the need for agricultural support for those farmers, particularly the beneficiaries of land reform, remains critical. But farmers' support is critical for all farmers at different levels. Our programs as government, both nationally and in the province, seek to endeavor to do just that. Our land development support, which is one of our programs, actually supports the commercialization of Black farmers. The comprehensive agricultural support and Litsima, as well as the other programs of provinces, do support farmers, and these are some of the things that we're doing to ensure that we address the issues that you have raised of concern. Honorable Bears, Honorable Smith, allow me to actually remind you of the 1932 Carnegie Commission report on poor white problem in South Africa, which some have argued it would later serve as the blueprint for apartheid. According to the memorandum that was sent to Mr. Keppel, the president of Carnegie Foundation, one of the sentences says, I quote, "Little doubt that if the Bantu were given full economic opportunity, the more competent among them would soon outstrip the less competent white," close quote. I'm reminding you of this report in order to remember where we come from, remember the mess that was created by the colonial and apartheid government. Remember that the government of the time segregated people, emasculated their capacity to produce, emasculated them of the skills that they had, such that the generations that follow would only be the ones who serve their masters. And I think it is important for us to remember that as South Africans collectively, if indeed we seek to change, we should not forget this past and appreciate that in transforming our society, we need to do so with an open heart. Yes, where there are problems even with the democratic state, we must call them out, but let's not shield what happened in the past. On brown locusts, for instance, you said nothing has been done, which is not true, as you well know. we have continued working with farmers and communities to address this outbreak. Money has been expended in this regard, some of which come from the private sector to assist. And I think is really an insult to those farmers who have been working day and night with government to deal with these locusts. On foot and mouth again, the same applies. As I speak here today, we have depopulated the farms that were affected in Free State and in Gauteng. We're now busy with surveillance. In Northwest, we're vaccinating with an aim to depopulate. And all of these we've done with the livestock industry, the Red Meat Forum, the abattoirs, and the auctioneers, because all of them appreciate that there's a need to work with government. And I think the work that we're doing in partnership at local level and nationally with farmers, they'll actually be amazed where some of the members in their interventions come from. On Understep Board, we are the first to admit that there are challenges with the current board and management are addressing, particularly on vaccine availability and transparency in terms of what is available at what time. But also, it is true, private sector companies are not prevented from producing vaccine and selling them. We actually have even said as government, we're willing to work with those who want to partner with Understep Board so that we address the scarcity that our farmers do have on some of the important vaccines that are required. Honorable Arnold, I've noted your concerns as well as your proposal, some of which indeed will take us, in a progressive directions rather. But I must say that I'm concerned that having made all of these proposals, you end by saying you're not supporting the budget. How then will these be addressed if this budget, which seeks to do exactly that, is not supported? Honorable members, there are many things that our provincial departments have been doing in addressing the issue of food security, as well as supporting farmers, which honorable members, if they engage with their provinces, and some members of the provincial government, like Honorable Peter spoke here, Honorable Ndlovu also spoke here, articulating what is being done at a provincial level to address the challenges of agriculture and land reform. And I think it's important, Chairperson, for me to indicate that yes, 28
as you conclude,
longer, but 1652 to 1994, I don't know how many years is that we're actually redressing the impact of so many years of dispossession and actually stripping of dignity of our people. We will continue as this democratic state, not only to be concerned about the matters of the few, but of all South Africans, because we can never repeat what the colonial and apartheid did to our people. That's why in our own constitution, we took leave from the Freedom Charter that says South Africa belongs to it, black and white. We did not just say that as a slogan, but we meant it. And in practice, we do precisely that. And there are many South Africans, black and white, who are willing to hold hand and work in a collaborative manner, who understand the pain and their responsibility too of redressing that. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister Titiza, Deputy Minister Skwacha, Deputy Minister Papa, and our honorable MECs from our beautiful provinces, special delegates. That concludes the business of the day. The House is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you, Mamas. Love you, Mamas.
Thank you, Mama.
Love you, Mamas.
Good night, comrades.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Love
Thank you, Anwar.